trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study.
So people are going through the trash. So people are going through the trash. They're sorting the trash. There are companies going through trash. They're sorting the trash. There's people sorting trash. It happens. This is what they do. 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 They're sorting the trash. There's people sorting trash.
I wouldn't want my bag to be one of those bags.
This is what they do.
I wouldn't want my bag to be one of those bags.
They do. It happens. This is what 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 they do. Happens. This is what they do. It 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 happens. This is what happens. This is what happens. This is what they do. It happens. This is what they do.
Bags of trash and trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study, part of the zero waste program to see what's in the trash, what's in the trash, what's in the trash, what's in the trash, what's in the trash. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? What's in the trash? Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study. Trying to figure out, I guess, doing some kind of a study.
So people are going through the trash.
Welcome everybody to another edition of Worcester Council Theater 3000. I'm Brian O'Donnell. This is Bill Shaner. We're here for special coverage of budget hearings. Couldn't be more excited. Couldn't be more jacked up. They're going to talk for upwards of too long. They're going to make some correct decisions, let's say. Congrats, Rando Pilgrim, on being fourth to comment. That's the big prize every week, is who is fourth to comment. Bill, I can't hear you. Hey, thanks Eric for resubbing. That's amazing. Everybody resub if you like. If you enjoy us, if you think that we're not pieces of shit, then join us on this wild ride. Hey, Bill, can you mic check? I don't think I can hear you.
I'm muted. I've been saying hilarious shit the whole time, and no one's heard.
All right, just wait for later in the show and see if it circles back to it. We can really go nuts on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that is a good point, we have, I would say, what do we have for subscribers right now? We're at 30 subscribers. Solid 15 think we're pieces of shit.
That's right.
Guaranteed. And we're cool with that. We're cool with that transaction. We're going to be ourselves to the best of our abilities. We believe in you. Troubler. See, Troubler gets it. We are all pieces of shit.
I have never once claimed otherwise. I'm pretty well aware that I'm a piece of shit.
Yeah, we suck. We're losers, but we're your losers. So
That's right.
Bill, I know we've watched budget hearings before, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I wasn't listening. What can we expect of this afternoon?
So this is the last budget hearing they've had a few. So there's a few departments left, including the city council and including the police department. The police department is last. They saved the best for last, and then they'll be voting to approve or disapprove the budget. This is like the thing to understand about these budget hearings is they don't change the budget and they don't have the power to change the budget. So what ends up happening is we have these 6-hour meetings where they're just chatting, throwing ideas around with different department heads. I have to imagine the police one is going to be a little different this time. But, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they'll just have a nice chat. Be like, thank you so much for protecting the community and whatever.
Oh, whoa. We're at a hype train right now.
We are at a hype train.
Already on a hype train. This is incredible. Everybody, all 11 people here. If now's the time. If you're going
ableist hype train, let's go.
Look at that, Camber. Thank you so much. Gift a sub. We're at 93% to level 2 hype train.
So
Camber resub for 17 months. Thank you, Camber. Throw Steve Quista a gift sub. Put us over into before we even get started in the budget hearing. We could get to a level 2 hype train. That's
crazy.
That's unheard of in our show's history.
Right. In our community of people who stream city council meetings on twitch.tv, that is unheard of.
Of which we are one of one.
The one and only members. The only people dumb enough to use Twitch in this very specific way.
Yep. For like 3 years now?
Dude, for so fucking long. It always blows my mind when I think about it.
When the Facebook memory pops up. Hey, Camber, look at that.
Really something.
That's amazing. We hit level 2. The hype train is going nuts, everybody. That rocks. So our budget is set. That's how we do. So
that's how we do.
Can you do better?
See. We will see.
And congrats to Heather Colmer for receiving that gift sub.
Wow. Congrats, Heather.
I hope you're here. I don't know if it just gives to people that are watching live. I can't tell how it works. But no matter what's happening, I love it. We're having a blast.
We're having a blast. We're always having a blast.
They haven't started yet, it looks like.
No, I think you can see it in the side there, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot I had I'm running 2 audio interfaces, dude, because I'm a tech whiz all of a sudden.
God damn, dude.
Yeah. So I'm gonna check something out here real quick.
One time, I was in Chicago, and we met these guys at the House of Blues Hotel that were following string cheese incident on the road.
Okay.
They were cool dudes. We partied with them, and one of the guys handed me his business card. I still have it to this day, and it was a tie-dyed business card that just said, I don't know if this wasn't his exact name, but it was something like Magical Larry or something like that.
Pretty sick.
And it was like his business card was like psychedelic lighting, psychedelic audio, and then like soap making. And he's the person that I most associated with tech wizardry until today. So he's overtaken Magical Larry in my mind.
All right, so I have one of my interfaces running into the other interface,
Whoa.
and I have one of my funky beats pulled up.
Oh,
Let's see if it comes through.
real loud.
Way too loud? I can't
Not
tell.
too-
See,
not way
that's
too
the
loud.
trick. That's the
Not
trick
way
is you
too
can't-
loud, just a little loud.
Okay. all
It
right.
sounded amazing though.
I am like pretty much like king of the dance hall is what
Yeah.
they call me.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, that's sweet. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking cool. Dude,
Yeah.
I can't lie to you.
Nor should you.
No. Oh, dude, the drums weren't even in there. What's going on? Why aren't the drums in there?
Can't wait to hear the drums.
Come on, you stupid idiot. Oh, it's just turned down. Oh boy, yeah, we're in for it. We're in for a nice time watching this. I have to watch it anyway, so I don't know what the rest of you all's excuse is, but
Are they're only showing it on, they're not doing it on Facebook tonight? These idiots, these losers.
so this is technically a subcommittee,
Right.
and the city's policy is that they don't show subcommittees on Facebook. But I will check. Because
No,
this
I'm looking.
seems like
That's fine. I got it.
oh,
It's not. They're not doing it.
oh, I hear him.
Here we
Hold
go.
on. Show on stream, and then I think I can full screen this, right?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
I wonder if I can put captions on from the
So
browser.
welcome everybody to the Worcester City
Oh,
Council budget hearings. Okay, we have first is approval of the. We'll do a roll call.
I hate the way
Bergman
that this
here.
room looks when it's
Florio.
really
Here.
bright.
Councilor GA,
I know.
Councilor King,
Not good.
We'll see this during the day.
Councilor Mauro Carlson, Councilor Nguyen, Councilor Ojeda. Here. Councilor Pasillo,
This is true.
Councilor Russell,
Here.
Councilor Toomey,
Here.
and Mayor Petty.
Here. Okay, well, next we have approval of the minutes. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
Yes.
Councilor GA, Councilor King, Councilor Mauro Carlson, Councilor Nguyen, Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Oh, Mr. Big,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
ask you to join us.
Okay, with budget hearing, the first one's up. Worcester Public Schools
Oh yeah, the
on page
school.
187.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mayor,
Okay, for the record, Council he's going to recuse himself.
How are you, superintendents?
In the back. I can't tell if some people might be online.
Okay.
I mean,
Mr.
again,
McGurthy, do you wanna
it's hard to
give an
stress enough
overview?
that this does not matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
Nope.
we're joined by Superintendent Menard.
They have
Deputy
no
Superintendent
control over
Allen.
the school budget, like
the Worcester
least
Public
of all.
Schools recommended
Yeah.
appropriation is $500.
This might actually be the last time we see Menaris in a public
meeting.
meeting, though.
And it
That's
relates
significant.
to
That
the
is true.
funding formula with increased Chapter 70 funding plus the city contribution. We also include under the schools a schools capital borrowing budget of $4 million. That's enhanced by a $1 million CDBG allocation for a total of $5 million for capital needs, plus $9.4 million related to MSBA projects that'll be approved under public facilities.
Okay. So we have our budget meeting for the school committee will be coming up in June, at the next June meeting. And we'll have 2 meetings dedicated to that.
Yeah,
Is
Intel
there
has been getting
questions
some
on the,
really
school
really
budget?
nasty stuff
Yep.
lately because people
What else
who
there?
Councilor Pasillo.
oh wow
You're
Thank
right.
you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the superintendents, I just have one quick question. Earlier in the year, we spoke about
This
putting
has been a
cameras
recurring
on the
thing
stop
every budget
bar
season.
arms
Joe
on
was like,
school
nah,
buses.
whatever.
Is this something that's going to be budgeted for in the next school year, or should we can look forward to that after?
Mr. Allen.
Through the chair, so we're working with multiple vendors and the Worcester Police on a solution. We believe it's going to be at no cost to us, but we still need to work through some legal issues on that implementation. So,
Is this the guy that's
like I said,
going to be the
we're
new
working with the Worcester Police
superintendent?
on what the effective solution will be.
Yeah,
Okay,
Brian
thank you
Allen.
so
Yep.
much.
Okay. Council Corio?
Yes, thank you. I just have a quick question, either to the superintendent or to Brian Allen. Do we have a decrease or an increase of teachers in the next budget? What are the plans? Thank
The
you.
audio, is the audio a little off
Through the
of
chair,
the
so the
video? to you
FY26
guys?
budget reflects an
A little bit.
increase in about 50 teaching positions next year.
Through the chair, what category, middle school, high school, or elementary? What is the breakdown? Please.
Through the chair,
Please.
so it's 25 at the secondary level, that's grade 7 through 12, and then 15 at the elementary level, and then 10 to be assigned based on class sizes in August.
Thank you.
Council Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To whomever, through you, to whoever feels most comfortable answering, I am assuming that some schools are seeing an increased enrollment, and I'm wondering if there are any plans being made to increase the building capacity, particularly of the elementary, some of the elementary schools. And I can name a couple if you need me to be specific, but I'm not sure all of them are going up. Some might be going down, but through the chair, what do we do for accommodating increasing class sizes at the elementary level?
Mr. Allen?
Through the chair, so as part of this budget, the increase of 15 elementary teachers are exactly for a reduction of class size, but we're also looking at schools that may be trending towards or already overcrowded, and so we're working on a whole boundary reassignment process that we'll be providing to the school committee for consideration during next school year for implementation in the future. And what that might do is realign some boundaries to alleviate overcrowding at some of the schools.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, on the schools where that's not going to be available.
Oh, the Worcester
is
Guardian just followed.
There's a concept of
WCT3000 on Instagram.
Hello, Worcester Guardian.
Always nice to meet a fan.
We had a very good breakdown of how
Through the chair,
shitty
so
the
we
Worcester
are
Guardian has
looking
been
at-
on the Eureka
Modulars
Street thing
is the
in the
word.
most
Thank you. Sorry to
recent
interrupt.
Worcester
That is
Sucks,
something we'd be looking
submitted
at as part
by
of this process.
a
And also
reader,
replacing the existing modulars.
who
that
pulled
are
out
going
the
on
amount of
40 years
words
old
given
at
to
the
Thomas
existing
Duffy
schools.
versus everyone else.
All right, thank you.
It's pretty sick.
Thank you. Council Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I'll start by congratulating the superintendent on her new position that she's moving to, and thank her for her service to the city. I didn't make the video opportunities that have been around, so I'll make one right now and say that.
What
I
is he talking?
appreciate the
Video
efforts that she's
opportunities?
done. I'll also congratulate the new superintendent, the incoming superintendent. Thank both of them for the work that they've done with me over the last few years, dealing with some of the facility issues especially. One of the things that we're going to be talking about at Public Works Committee tomorrow is the Seaver Street.
Oh, Joe, that was you?
Chances are
I won't
committee
tell
will
your
be
boss.
Sending it back
I won't
to
tell
the
your boss
council.
fucking
just to-
shit.
Hell
But
yeah.
very nice job on that.
Is
That's
there
a very
any
useful way
interest
to
at all on Seaver Street from the administration standpoint?
break things
For
down.
Any vision of any future use? Or is that something that completely ruled out, or is it just not that the subcommittee or the council for that matter will be involved in the sale of the property, because that's not our role. It's just a matter of an oversight, just to make some recommendations and to send it back, and I guess to declare it surplus if that's what the case is.
Madam Superintendent?
Through the chair, so
Dude, I
first
got
of all,
this.
thank you for the commendations, very
Teenage
much appreciate it.
engineering
We've looked
pocket
at the
operator. It's a
Seaver Street
drum machine
property, and the one
that
that we're
is
talking
just
about
run off of batteries, and it's like this
specifically
big.
is 61, right?
So
61
sick.
Seaver. And in order for us to be able to occupy that would take about $6 million to renovate it to the specifications that would be necessary in order to put students in there. We're also have learned multiple times, we keep reviewing this, that it's not currently zoned. Is that the right terminology, Mr. Allen? building code does not allow us to put K-12 in there. So as it exists right now, according to the building code and the cost that it would take combined and the restrictions that we were told from the community, we do not see that that would be a feasible option for Worcester Public Schools, although as kind of alluded to by Councilmember Bergman, we do have some schools that are overcrowding, so we do need to find some alternative and some answers. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear that that is a building that will meet that need. We are very interested in the Fanning Building being remodeled to help with the increase in students in Worcester Public Schools.
When you say, through you, Mr. Chairman, when you say restrictions from the community, could you elaborate on that, please?
Sure, through the chair. So we were, it was shared with me, and I believe this is even prior to City Manager Batista's arrival. Busing. Buses are the community, that the neighborhood there does not want buses coming in. It's a very, I actually live over there. It's a very dense area of the community, not like other areas as well, but between the WPI parking, the limited parking around there, and then having buses going through there, and there's no space to let children on and off of the busing. That was a restriction or an ask of the community to not have that be part of it. So it doesn't allow for us to really offer, it would have to be a walking school.
Okay, and just as a final follow-up on that, Mr. Chairman, how about anything other than a school, actual classroom space? You know, other uses?
Check this out. Can you see the live captions?
School department currently
Nope.
utilizing other buildings that are a lot rougher shape
showing
than
up for
that,
you?
or maybe
Yeah,
a
it is.
renting space? Is the city renting space?
Through the chair, so if it's not for K-12, the only space that we are currently renting, and it's been built out, is for our transportation department, which now includes office space for facilities and nutrition services. Wouldn't recommend at this point, and we haven't investigated this, but moving
try
any
to
of the
start this again.
programs, if you will,
Oh, no.
the offices that we have over at the East End cutoff.
One second.
One moment, folks. We're
Just trying a thing.
just being forward thinking.
See if I get some captions on this.
Just
Nope.
in a general comment, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
doesn't work.
Or a request for a
Maybe we
comment, I should say. Is there anything that, I mean, obviously, all of us are sitting at the edge of our seat worrying about what the federal government might do or might not do in the future, but is there anything that you see as a challenge moving forward immediately that might not be reflected in this budget?
Mr. Allen?
See, why would you ask a question like that if you're not going to
No, that's fine.
try
through the
to
chair,
move
so
any
really,
money
the,
around?
3 buckets of money we get from the federal government is from the Department of Education, which are entitlement grants, USDA for our school nutrition program, and Health and Human Services for Head Start. I would say I'm most concerned about USDA and the Head Start funding than the entitlement grants, but that's just speculation on what we're seeing. But every day is a new day, so we'll keep paying attention to see what the feds are doing.
How much is that
Winding
number,
road.
Mr. Chairman?
Through the chair, in aggregate, our federal funding is over $54 million.
Oh, I know, but the Head Start part.
That's about $8 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing nobody else, motion is to approve. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda recused himself. Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Oh, you little dick.
Yes, the next item up is legislature, which includes city council, mayor's office, city courts.
I have my
And the elections commission.
crappy old acoustic guitar in a very,
That's
very
on page
stupid spot.
285 to 299.
Mr. Bear knocked it over.
What a
Oh,
bad boy.
I can't believe I haven't talked about this yet. I had a raccoon on my back
I
porch.
saw this. Yeah.
Like, so we live on the 3rd floor, and the porch is The back porch is sealed off
Mr.
in a
McGurky?
way that like cats cannot escape.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you
So we let
indicated,
the
we've
cats
grouped
back out there.
the
So it's
four
like it is
legislative
not an easy
departments.
porch
that
to get
includes
into.
the city council
But,
office, the mayor's office,
Katie gets
the
up
city
and she
clerk's
goes,
office, and the
somebody
election
fucked with my
commission.
potatoes because we're doing the tuber attorney.
Budget city council.
So
it's a
our
recommendation-
potatoes for the
recommended
tuber attorney
appropriation of about
were
$650
thrown all over the
million,
back
which
porch.
is
There's
a-
dirt
sorry,
everywhere. We think that it's one of the
$650,000, which is a
cats. And we
1%
get out there
increase,
and we see
driven
what we
by
think
COLAs
is
and
Mr.
step
Bear
increases. The
climbing
mayor's office is
up
about
the
190,000,
furthest away
which is a
window.
2%
And then Katie gets
increase.
closer
Again,
and she
COLAs and
screams.
steps.
She's
city
like,
clerk's
fuck,
is
that's a raccoon. And then I go out there and there's a
it's actually a
raccoon on
3%
the screen of
decrease,
the
which
screen
relates
door
to the removal of
climbing up
free
it.
cash funding that was
He
provided
apparently
in
rips the
FY25
screen door
that
down, and then
continued in
we're in a position where we
FY26.
have this
And
raccoon
then
about to
election
jump to
commission
its
is
death.
about 1.1
Yeah.
So we're like,
million.
no,
It's a
don't do it,
9%
don't do it. And we like close the door,
reflecting,
and then we like throw some
FY26
oranges out there,
municipal
try to get
elections.
him to like go down the stairs a little bit.
Yeah.
And eventually he goes away somewhere, but we still don't know how he
Questions
got
on
in.
these? Council Hydriak?
So we expected he might be back at some point.
I mean,
And he made a freaking mess of things, tell you what.
he's a mischievous
I
little
understand that the city
must-
council
yeah.
office has never
Cutie
had
little
its
guy,
own
though.
legal counsel.
It's crazy
I'd like to
how
have a report
much he
back
looked and
on
acted
what
like,
the cost would be
like
for
Mr. Bear,
a
Rascal
full-time
Fats.
legal counsel, specifically for
the
the city
chungo.
council.
I think that we might have a raccoon for a cat.
Okay. Anybody else? Motions to approve along with the motion. Roll call.
I've never owned a
Council
cat
Bergman?
before,
Yes.
but
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
it's
Yes.
way more fun to
Councilmember
make up
Carlson?
names for a
Yes.
cat
Council
than
Nguyen?
it is to make up names for a
Council
dog.
Ojeda?
Because the dog actually
Council
like
Pasillo?
uses the
Yes.
name.
Council
Right,
Russell?
exactly.
Yes.
Council Toomey?
For the cats, it's like
Yes.
it
And Mayor
doesn't
Pike.
matter. So you can just
Yeah.
call them
The
whatever.
city auditor
Yeah.
on page 277.
even if they understood, they're not listening to it.
Right. Yeah. It's not like you can tell them what to do.
Mr. McGurky?
Can you still hear me? Still hear me
Thank
all
you,
right?
Mr. Chairman, City Auditor's Department is represented by City Auditor Mr. Stearns. It's a proposed $944,000 appropriation. That's a 13% increase, driven primarily by increased audits that the office is looking to undertake, COLAs, and step increases.
Oh, Camber, did you know that you're the current hype train conductor?
Conductor?
Okay.
Conductor, yeah.
Wow.
That's pretty exciting.
Questions on the
That is
city
very
auditor?
exciting.
Council King?
Thank you to the chair.
I'm not really sure.
I know I called for a few
That's
audits.
cool.
I think operational audits of streets and sidewalk repair and pothole filling, repaving, and I think operational audits with regards to.
Means you're the top
police
supporter
body
during the
cam
most recent
deployment,
hype train.
et cetera. If you could share
Yes,
the
yeah.
capacity that you have to do that. In addition to that, it was mentioned that the 13% increase is in part due to audits. If you could, someone speak to what's that exact number through the chair.
Mrs. Stearns?
Through the chair to the counselor. The streets and sidewalk audit, that's something that I was performing and doing the last couple of months. It's in a draft form.
Drove a train.
Usually the restrictions on resources.
I was a train
A lot
man.
of these special projects I did. My
And I drove
myself,
that train all
early
night.
on, when I started about 10, 11 years ago.
Camber, I didn't know you were a highway
Since
man.
we've made a decision to change our ERP to Workday, a lot of the time.
Maybe the best song ever made.
Available to do
Oh,
those special
yeah.
projects.
Great karaoke
and
song. Me and Mike Coyle tag teamed that
is-
one
is
time.
been,
Nice.
I think it was at a hot dog safari style event, if I remember correctly. No, wait, it was
restricted by that.
it was
the work needed to do the
when
ERP.
McCardle was trying to get Jesse Daniels
restricted
to
by
come,
what
and
I-
Jesse
through the chair
Daniels
couldn't hear.
bailed.
Implementation. of
But he
the
still
ERP
rented
system,
the whole mechanical bull.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
New financial accounting.
Yeah, that was a
and,
that was a collab with
enterprise solution.
That
With
it,
the
it
Safari.
was okay. I
Yeah,
couldn't
so
remember. Yeah,
That's been about a 2-year project, and it takes up about 50% of the work.
Mr. Hot
week
Dog
to do
Safari,
that.
August 16th,
So,
everybody.
do what?
Normal
August 16th.
To do what?
to work
Top
on
Dog
the
Titan Hot Dog Eating
learning
Contest
and
coming up on June
implementing the new
21st. You
ERP
can
system.
register to be part of the action by June 1st.
And
I wonder if I should I
and
do
so
it this
that-
year, you
that is
think?
a restriction
I
on
haven't done it
resources,
yet.
which is the
I
question
go
you
every
asked.
year. I haven't done it yet.
You should get in there, dude.
That
I think I
would
might only be able to
probably
eat
be
one or two, maybe even
fully
3 hot dogs. but-
implemented,
Oh,
at
with
the
that
end of this
attitude.
calendar year.
Yeah,
There's
suppose
still
you're right.
a
I
lot
suppose
of
I'm
work
being a
involved in
quitter.
I
terms
believe in
of
yourself.
Yeah.
servicing the
You know what?
departments
Get
with the new
bit by the
software.
raccoon and then get raccoon powers.
So after maybe
That's
a
true.
couple of years,
That's
when
true.
we
I just
get
come
through
I
those
have
phases,
rabies.
the
And I'm like,
financial phases
just
happened
don't
last
come near
year,
me.
Yeah,
or actually
but give me a hot
Don't,
dog.
but
And
give me a
the
couple hot
payroll
dogs because I.
And then you wash
HCM
them in the water like this.
is
Yeah.
undergoing right now, implementing right now.
The rabies makes me hungry.
So once we get used to the new system, I should be able to perform more of these special projects in a more timely manner. The
This guy feels like he's
the
lying.
outsource of the body camera
Yeah.
is, we just finished the scope and the contract. There was a little bit of back and forth on that, and that should start up this month or
Was there a
beginning
little
of
bit of back
June,
and forth on that? That's interesting.
with an estimated completion of August 31st.
How many times were you threatened?
That's both the overtime.
There's a
and
little bit of back and
details
forth
follow-up
on
we
that.
did,
They kidnapped
plus
my
the body
kids.
camera request.
Through the chair,
So-
thank you. So I, I'd also ask for the audit on overtime and
Oh,
detail.
man,
Can you
that's
just
disappointing.
specify again where that's at?
Too bad.
That's
Very
that
hard to eat a
contract
lot
was
of hot
also
dogs.
just completed, and
Especially
is
quickly.
Expected to be completed in the next
And
couple
it's
of
just
months
it's
with
very
the body
salty.
camera from
It's
the same
Same company.
outside CPA firm.
Okay.
Yeah, you
And
gotta
through the chair,
utilize
how
the
much are we
water.
spending on to the outside firm over the last
gotta.
couple of budget sessions, fiscal years?
So they perform the normal audit of our financial statements, give us an opinion letter on that. They, in total, in the aggregate, maybe
Yeah, so far we
$200,000.
have
The city audit
power
is
lifter
one
and a
cost. It's
toddler
about
are the
$85,000.
two entrants that are
They
So
also
solidified so far.
allocate costs to the
So
enterprise
freaking sick.
funds, water, sewer, golf, and also audit our federal awards.
Okay.
And the retirement system as well, and the WRA and the DCU. So in aggregate, each of those projects are billed separately and absorbed by the funds of those segments. But in the aggregate, it's like $200,000. The proposed cost of the body camera is about $45,000 to $55,000, and the follow-up on
That's it?
the overtime detail investigation that occurred 2 years ago, where they had some recommendation, that follow-up, which is occurring.
Oh, this is
in
for
the next
auditing
three-
that. I
three
was like,
months,
Jesus.
is also about
Robar sent me a
$45,000.
freaking dark link to a Axon, the body camera company, is
Those
working
costs are
on
built into
gun-mounted
the contracted service
body
part.
cam style
The
technology.
$87,000 from last year.
So you
is
can
the city
see
side,
the gun's point of view.
only. And it's been
That's
increased to
really all.
117,000.
That's
We
cool.
didn't know
Policing in America
at the
boils
time
down
of the
to it's the
budget
gun's
Yeah.
point of
version
view.
what the cost
Yeah.
would be. It was out to bid. It was increased
In
a
case
little
the
bit.
gun is ever
And we
implicated,
also
which of
added
course it
some
wouldn't
funds
be.
for
but
annual police detail audit work.
For what?
Annual.
that is a good
audit or
emote there.
a review of the police details.
Something for some little gumshoes to dig into. I've been messing around with it all day.
And then up above, we added the deputy
this-
auditor. That's
I'll
a new
find the link
position.
to this 404 media story. By the way, 404 Media
Adding
Collective,
that
kind of a new
position
thing,
also frees up
doing
resources,
very good tech-related
once
reporting.
That person gets up to speed.
ICE has been
the
tapping
ability
into the
to do some of
license
these
plate
special
reader
projects. Yeah.
database run by the company called
Thank you. And through
Flock?
the chair, was there a position that was eliminated
and
or not
no,
filled?
Flock
unfilled?
eliminated.
is
We have one
used in
vacancy right
cities
now,
by
and we
municipal
just
police
filled the
departments
deputy.
around the country.
What vacancy?
Whether Worcester uses
One
Flock
of the principal
is
account clerks.
I haven't been able to
Accounts.
nail
Oh,
that down.
I'm sorry, the head clerk. That's the payroll.
It's one of those automatic
And so
license
through the chair,
plate
can you give us an
reader
idea of how many
services
special projects
that
are done in-house this past fiscal
we've
year?
pretty much quietly consented to being everywhere.
Fiscal
So
year.
ICE is
And
using
how
that
many?
to pick
2 or 3. So there's the
DeVore
streets and
G's.
sidewalks.
You
I
love
think
to
earlier
see
in the
it.
year, there was one on
Oh,
the
Matt, faster on the link than
CPA.
I am. That's great.
There's only about 2 or 3 per year.
Okay. And how many people are able to
We have not turned down a single upsell of any police
perform
technology.
and
Fast food
fulfill
workers
those
love to see them
audit
come in.
requests? Like how many people are qualified to do
one.
that in the
That would be
department?
me.
One. And when we have a
The support staff that I have works on the day-to-day.
So,
receiving the
Ruth,
bills from the departments.
WPD
processing
wouldn't
that and receiving the payrolls from the
necessarily
department,
have
processing that.
to
Can you just hold this a little
like
closer?
manually share
the
the
staff
data
that I
with
have
ICE.
prior
ICE is
to
able to
hiring the
access it
deputy,
if WPD
city
is
auditor.
using it. Like they have like a back end
Basically fulfills the
into
day-to-day operations of
the
the department.
database.
Receiving the bills to pay that the auditor has to review and prepare a warrant before it's paid by the treasurer. My staff pre-audits those bills, and same thing for payroll. We have staff that reviews and pre-audits payroll, certain checklists of things that they look for. And then another person handles the interface of receipts that we get. So outside of myself, I'm the only one that would be performing the special projects reports of city council. The other staff is more supporting the accounting system.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would just ask the city manager to take a look at this department in terms of expanding its capacities. I think one of the most important things we can do is, and I guess maybe this is to the council, because we hire the auditor as well, to kind of weigh in on this at some point.
So
is
this
that when we're looking
404
at
media story in the
an overall
third
look
graph,
at
it
how
links
we're
out
expending
to a
funds.
Muckrock thing of
we don't have a controller.
the
We don't have
records requests that they're basing this
that's
on.
sort of an entity to take a look at everything.
Which
But
is
we
pretty
do have
cool.
an office of the auditor, and turning out 2 to 3.
I'm searching it now,
special
and we have
projects and
Lowell,
having to
Bellingham.
contract out additional operational audits.
No Worcester, it seems.
Extend the time frame, and I don't know what the cost analysis.
Probably
is
not
there.
for lack of trying.
But the
yeah.
audits that I and others have called for, but specifically my audits regarding the body cameras, the overtime, and the street operations as it relates
You guys
to
should all-
pothole filling, repaving, sidewalks, et cetera, is extremely important in these times. And I appreciate the
It's
work.
so fucking random. They got
those
this
were some months ago.
data from
I think
FOIA-ing
that, I've
a
been calling for
random
certain departments
police
to really
department in
take a look
Illinois.
at,
Sick.
Danville.
their staffing. And while I understand trying to right size,
Oh, gross. Sorry, Ruth. That's terrible.
and be a little more equitable with pay scales and the like, I know the manager's taking time to do that. This is a department that
Tony
I'm
Economy
very much
knocked on your
interested in.
door.
What the hell did he want?
No, so
I'm not saying you're not able
Flock
to,
is
but
a national company that has a database.
What's already done, and I don't
They have
quite
allowed
understand
ICE
the
to see the
50% that you were
database.
talking about
Worcester
that's
Police
dedicated to the new
also
system.
uses and possibly
I'm not sure what that
contributes
actually means
to
in
the
real
database.
time, but I'd love
But
a further
that
explanation
last
to the
part is unconfirmed and may not be the case.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, the city auditor's office is a critical component of our processing financial transactions within the city.
But
As
if anyone
Mr.
wants
Stearns
to do
mentioned,
some
any payment
frickin'
going out
detective
must
work.
go through the city auditor, must be pre-audited, so to speak, prior to the treasurer releasing.
why can't
And
I
so
still
any payment
can't
through
do
the
that?
city is going through that office. What Mr. Stearns is referring to is our
Still
multi-year
can't post in the
effort
chat.
to build and implement our new financial and HR systems.
Yeah, what the fuck?
We went live with Workday financials in 2023.
Does it to me
Mr.
sometimes,
Stearns
yeah.
was the critical cog. Ask anyone involved in that project. Without him at the helm of making sure the accounts of our old system match the accounts of our new system, we would have been dead in the water on implementation on Go Live. He's now playing a critical role, a significant role in the HR component as well. Again, since all kind of financial transactions and approvals are passed through the auditor's office, he, and as he mentioned, he alone has the expertise to actually go in and look at how this technology is being structured for use at the city level. We're working from a 3-decade-old system, moving into this cloud-based system, and we're bringing together school and city structures and functions within a system that really isn't designed to handle the complexity of municipal government with the various unions, the various requirements. And so what
These
he's looking
budget
into, and
meetings
I can
are
appreciate that
boring.
wholeheartedly, because when the financial component was underway, I too had that
Wow.
same time constraint, which is
Wowie
the
zowie.
process
But
takes
that's okay.
50+% of your time in a normal week. I would say it was 75% plus.
Going on
most
vacation
weeks,
next
which means
week
your
with Katie's
daily
family?
obligations, your daily
Wow,
routines
where you
and
guys going?
responsibilities
Outer Banks.
are fit
Nice.
around the
North
obligatory
Carolina?
meetings that you have related
You
to
gonna get
the
one of those
creation of
OBX
this
stickers?
structure.
Fuck
As
yeah,
I
I
mentioned,
am.
we did go live with financials in March of 2023.
I'm going to listen to
been
Rob R.
fantastic. It provides
OBX
far more insight than our
2002
old system.
by
There's still
the
elements we're
Philadelphia
learning and working with as we go along.
fourth wave
But
emo
that was a
band,
successful
Everyone
go
Everywhere.
live. HCM, the component
That
that
is a
Mr. Stearns
deep-ass
is working
fucking
on
cut
now,
right
and
there.
with the
Sounds like a
city,
full-ass
treasury
vacation.
through payroll,
It was
HR through
yeah,
payroll
it
and
was
benefits,
it's gonna be fun.
HR and
We're
benefits
taking a
component,
charter boat.
and budget
Oh.
Gonna go
that
fishing.
we hope to go live
Hell yeah.
for January 1st of this year.
Charter.
And so it's
Get
been
some-
in certain departments and in many ways all
don't know
hands
what's
on
down there.
deck to make
Bluefish?
sure that as of January 1st,
Some
all those
stripers?
people who should have been paid are
Dude,
paid,
yeah,
and their
fucking-
records are maintained, and their benefits are carried, so that we have a seamless
Went up to,
transition, and that the employees
Frickin'
do not
Hampton Beach
experience
Ballroom
any
Casino to
blip,
see
so to
Stavros
speak, at the
Halkias.
time of that transition.
Nice.
And that's
It was sick,
really our
but
biggest
his
fear is to
opener
make sure
had a
that every
hilarious, like,
X connects to
4-minute
X in the
riff
new system, Y connects to
about
Y,
whether or not it's
and all
legal
of the
to
various
buy a
enhancement and
lobster
changes
from the
that new
grocery
system
store, like a
offered
live
are
lobster, and then
captured
just
and
treat it
implemented
sort of bad.
appropriately, so that people can
Like buy a
log in
lobster
on
and
their
just like
phone,
punch it
see what
a
their
couple times
hours
and then
are,
throw it back in the
approve their
ocean.
own payroll. But I know exactly what Mr. Stearns is talking about. It is a massive undertaking, and especially auditing, because of the amount of transactions that pass through that office. And unfortunately for Mr. Stearns, because of his unique expertise on how to make all these equations match and work, it's been a huge
Well,
time
you get.
constraint.
Could you catch a marlin down there?
Thank you.
Wow.
I want to be clear. I have the utmost confidence in this auditor. I think more than competent, capable, and qualified. You know,
used to go
and
deep sea
this work
fishing
is
all the time when I
extremely
was a kid.
important as relates to oversight of our
See what?
investments, disbursements,
We used to go deep
municipal
sea
funds,
fishing
et cetera.
all the
Oh,
time
sick.
when I was a
You know,
little
one of
kid.
the things that jumped
That's
out was the maximizing of grants and the
Yeah, I never caught a
reports with
fucking fish in
respect to
my life.
closeouts of those grants. Can you speak to any patterns or trends that came to light during that process, that oversight process, as relates to our grants?
Mr. Stearns?
So we have, I would say, 3 main grant teams, Mass Hire, the schools, and the city. And a lot of the grants are recurring, annually. So
Oh,
the
this new setup, it just
process
occurred to me.
is, hasn't really
It would
changed
allow me
from
to
the fundamentals
really
of the
pad out
first,
my sample bank
system where,
possibilities. I need to
the
find some
grant,
sort of
you spend it within the time limits,
some
and you
sort
want
of
to maximize the
app sample
the
pad here or
funds without having to
something.
return anything, but and also at the same
Oh.
time not
Plug-in.
Why'd that
have any
zoom in so
compliance
much?
issues by overcharging expenses.
Is it fucking
or,
up?
It just zoomed in on his face really
charging the wrong
hard.
expenses.
Really? That's
I
awesome.
don't know if it was us or them.
I was
So that
clicking through
was,
tabs, so it's
oh, there you
yeah.
go.
I think
was
that happens
a,
when I click through tabs.
Functional area grants that those 3 groups attended.
should get a
and
separate
learned the
separate
software. It has a lot more capability.
tab thing going.
So just going through it, there were some pain points about how the transactions flowed and some of the unique functionalities of the grant. But some of those issues can arise, and it's a matter of being able to read the reports. One of the things with ERP is
if your
that
public
we almost
speaking
have
goal
to
is to make sure
develop
no
and
one's
create
listening
our
to you,
own
which is
reports.
obviously
They're all
his goal.
kind of like in a database.
He's a master. He's an absolute
but they're very
master at the
powerful
craft.
and,
I cannot. listen to
very
this guy.
flexible. So we've created some reports that show when a grant is closed out and if it has essentially maximized its resources. And if it hasn't, it might show it in deficit, or it might show it with some funds left on the table, so to speak, that should be returned to the sponsor within a timely manner, or if the grant's still open, used within on the appropriate expense in the correct time frame.
Thank you. And what is the time frame or the time interval by which we get those reports related to the grants that you just referenced?
The city council getting those
Yes.
reports? Those are management reports. They've just been developed, but they haven't been sent to council in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask for a report, to the council, and perhaps figuring out a way to establish an annual or biannual report related to those grants, and if we're maximizing and how we're doing. I again think that this work is invaluable. I think that this department could use additional staff, and perhaps over the next fiscal year or so, we can either reorg. I'm not looking to spend more money, but perhaps there's a way to reorg somewhere else across departments and look to expand our oversight on our liabilities, our revenues, our assets, and things of that nature, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pasul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to Mr. Stearns. This workday seems like a really heavy lift. And I have a question through the chair to whoever can answer it. Is Workday a subscription service that we pay for?
Yes.
Through the chair, that's correct. It is in the Department of Innovation and Technology budget. It's around a $2.7, $2.8 million annual cost, but it covers both the city and the schools' financial systems.
Thank you. And why is Mr. Stearns installing it? Shouldn't Workday be doing this for us if we're paying $2.7 million a year? Why is it Mr. Stearns?
Mr. McGarthy.
Through the chair, so the way it's structured is Workday is a product. They provide you a product that you can access from day one online. What we then have as part of the bid process we went through to secure a new ERP was Accenture, the consulting firm, which is working with us to set up that system. The key here, however, is that Accenture has no knowledge or understanding of everything behind the curtain on the city's system. And so when they look to build the code that connects all of our data into the new system, and when they look to build that system, Workday is essentially an envelope within which you can put together the systems you use and need. When they look to say, okay, how does payroll get processed from timekeeping to payroll to benefits to deductions to issuance of a check or a payment, and then what factors in based on overtime or detail pay or various stipends that various individuals might receive, all of that has to be built into the system so that almost for each individual, at least each individual within certain categories, their flow of their payroll, in this case, processes correctly to reach the outcome that the check they receive is accurate and fulfills the time they worked and how they worked it. And that's where Mr. Stearns' office plays that core role, that they approve any payroll or vendor payment that comes through, so they capture that process as it passes through the city. And so that's where Mr. Stearns has spent an inordinate amount of time kind of explaining step A through Z to make sure as we're in Workday, we can get all the way through without a hiccup anywhere along the way.
Did you see this one?
Mr. Manager.
Yeah, I just want to add something real quick.
No.
Basically, in a nutshell, we have an enormous amount of workflows that every
Okay,
single
so the
department has
FOIA
to,
requests are for
do.
a
The
bunch
auditing
of
department,
spreadsheets
some of the workflows the auditing department developed and
of
created,
information
and that's what we currently utilize as part of the
they got
day-to-day
about
in terms
Flock.
of how we
Basically,
provide
just
documentation,
searching
payroll,
all of
et cetera,
them
for them
for
to review
Worcester
and confirm
or
that
Massachusetts.
all those workflows
And if
have
we get
to
any
be
hits
implemented,
on Worcester,
and added into the
then,
system. And so that's why Bob Stearns plays a critical
that would
role in
be
developing
good
those
to know.
workflows with the consultants
Tedious,
and again, it's not
tedious
just Bob Stearns,
task,
it's the CFO,
because it
it's the
seems
budget
like
director, it's department heads.
are,
I mean, it's payroll clerks.
I don't know, like
it's everybody
30 or
all hands on
40
deck in developing these
spreadsheets.
systems and these workflows.
Thank you so much. So through the chair, if something were to happen with Workday, the consulting firm would fix it, or Workday would fix it?
Mr. McCarthy?
Like once it's all installed and settled?
Through the chair, once we're live, it's the city to Workday. So the consultant is helping us build out the system to our specifications, but once it's built, our relationship is directly with Workday. And it's unlikely that something would go wrong simply at the city. It would be an international Workday system problem that they are constantly addressing as they go along. We also, anytime there are updates to the system, the city will benefit from those updates, carried along with all of the international users. It does mean we have to make sure any update doesn't impact our processes that we built, but it does mean we will always have kind of cutting edge. To give you the comparison, our current system is 30 years old. It's homegrown. It doesn't do all the things that Workday does. Some of it is DOS-based. At this point in time, our current system is essentially non-supported.
Great move.
And as we lose people on our end who know how to build the technology, do the
Wolfgang
programming,
Peterson.
we will no longer have the capability of actually managing our own system. So the Workday change is a much needed and huge increase in boost to how we do things, but it is a very challenging period when you set up a system like that and then go live. And I can guarantee you that no one on the city side will do this again for 30 years until everybody's long gone, because the scars will last for that period of time, and it'll be new people coming on in 30 years who decide, okay, yeah, why don't we change our ERP again?
Yes, thank you so much. And I just have one last question through the chair to Mr. McGurthy. You said the city and schools, it's a $2.7 million subscription for both. How much does the city pay, and then how much comes out of the school budget?
So through the chair, the full burden of the cost is on the city side. However, as part of the agreement between the city and schools over net school spending, Department of Innovation Technology, a portion of theirs, 60% of their costs count towards net school spending. So it's viewed as an in-kind contribution that we gain credit for under the net school spending formula.
Thank you so much, and thank you again, Mr. Stearns.
Thank you.
Council Hajia?
Mr.
Thank you,
Stearns.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Stearns, if I may, I'd like to ask a report about one particular company and its subsidiary in which the Worcester Retirement Board invests, and that's the Global Infrastructure Partners, or GIPIV, and its subsidiary Signature Aviation. If I could please have a report on the amount of money that the Worcester Retirement Board invests in both of these companies, as well as the type of function and agencies that they serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the second one after GIP6?
Sure. Through the chair, it is Signature Aviation, and I believe it's either the global company's Global Infrastructure Partners or GIPIV. Thank you.
What was that? Thank you.
I have a few guesses.
Anybody else?
Few,
Motions approved along with the motions.
few
Roll
guesses
call.
as to what that
Council
company
Bergman?
does.
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Hajia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Basillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. We are in retirement contributory pensions. And you gonna do that? Mr. Stearns? Okay. Okay, go ahead. Mr. McGurthy?
Mr. Chairman, just the retirement proposal is based on our required contributions under the state PERAC system, designed to get us toward full funding of retirement by 2034. The tax levy portion that is in the budget is $37.5 million.
Okay. Ready to pay it off? Any questions?
So funny, Joe.
Motions to approve? Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio? Council Hajia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson, Councilor Nguyen, Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor
None
Pasillo,
of, neither of
Councilor
these,
Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
neither of these companies
Yes.
is how brought up
Yes.
transparently.
We have, next up is emergency communications.
I'm not
meeting
actually
on
sure what
page
the hell is
59.
driving out there.
59.
But I do know Hexagon, my new favorite. No one's talking about Hexagon but me. I can't stop talking about Hexagon. They build the technology for all the Navy's drones. What are the Navy's drones doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're
Fucking
joined by
taking out villages
Commissioner
in Yemen
Charles
and shit.
Goodwin of Emergency Communications. The Emergency
Genocide.
Communications
Genocide
budget
is
for FY26 is a proposed $4.3 million. It's a 28% increase over 25.
Hexagon is like the company
driven
that
primarily by increases
the
in
Skarsgård
overtime
character
funding.
owns
you might
in
recall
Succession.
a few years back,
It's like,
the city changed
that's
its
what kind of
structure
company it
with
is. Just
the
opaque
911,
tech, whatever, and
operators,
a lot
to
of
ensure
defense
that,
contracting.
we were able to cover 12-hour shifts. We've been increasing overtime funding to accommodate that. COLAs, step increases, the management pay analysis, and it also includes funding for a second 311 customer service center location to go in addition to the current Main Street location.
Any questions, Councilor Hijack?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just starting first with complimenting Director Commissioner Goodwin for always being on point with communication and responding and managing an important department. I have a few questions. One has to do with 311. One of the consistent complaints that I hear from folks is that issues or cases get closed, but they don't have any resolution. It seems enough of a pattern that seems to frustrate residents. Can you tell us whether there's any efforts underway to fix that glitch, whatever it is, and explain maybe if you have any idea why it's happening, why do you think it might be happening?
Through the chair to the counselor, pull this closer, sorry. There is an effort underway. Much of it has to do with duplicate entries being put in where we've actually had a number in the past few weeks that we've identified where people have put an entry in multiple times in a day or in the same week, and they generally close them out and try to make sure that they refer back to the original. I know that along the way, sometimes that doesn't always, the entry that they make in our customer service system doesn't always make it to the app. So they're working on that to make sure that they identify those. And then additionally, we're working with DPW and other departments, so when they identify multiple entries, that they're also putting those notations in there so people know that we're aware of the original entry and that's the one that is being responded to, and the other ones get closed out so that way we don't accidentally miss or miscommunicate to those that have put the entries in what's being done.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Yeah, I just want to add something for a little bit more information. The 311 app is the front-facing that community gets to be involved in. On the back end, there's a customer service relationship system that we utilize that's been 20-plus years, unsupported. We've had a lot of glitches, a lot of issues. So sometimes it's the relationship and the integration that happens between the app and our homegrown system. That's the next system that we're all looking as a whole, holistic as a city, that we need to upgrade. Because that's what manages all the work orders for the city, for all the departments. And it's completely outdated, and it has, significant issues that we need to address. And so sometimes the closures happened because of that kind of communication between the app and this integrated system that we have here in the city.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Very,
That's helpful.
very
Do you
interesting.
have a time frame for how long it might take? Not the systems, what you just explained, but on the front-facing part of 311 and not duplication, when should we expect that issue to be corrected?
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the counselor, so that's being worked on right now, and I know that the director in 311 has been trying to get the message out to everybody as we've been updating a lot of those calls in there. We actually just got her direct access to the app, so that way we can try to find a way around it if it doesn't push that message through, so we're working on testing that now. But we hope that the issue will be resolved hopefully within the next month or so.
Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. My next question has to do with the warming and cooling centers. Can you give us an idea this year, particularly with the cold front that we had, how many times we activated the warming centers, if you can recall?
Through the chair to the counselor, we activated the warming centers, I believe, on 2 different occasions. When it was significantly cold outside of the regular use of those facilities during the day-to-day, where if it was significantly cold or reached our limit during the day, they were open already, and we didn't need to open them.
Yeah, that's
outside
Matt.
of
That's
normal
the
operating hours, but we
I
did
think
open
that's
them
the
twice.
exact page that I linked in
Commissioner
a post
Goodwin,
like a
I
month
would
ago.
like to see a report
They,
on what the usage of those warming and cooling centers
built
has
a lot
been
of
for
drones,
the
a
last
lot of drones.
2 years that we have activated them. If I'm not mistaken, that's the time frame we've had. Do you expect that the warming centers, if we have a very hot summer, will be opened additionally in other areas of the city other than what we already have?
Through the chair to the counselor, we are
The cooling centers, I
currently
meant.
adding more cooling centers, or in the process of trying to add more cooling centers. We're also utilizing a grant this year, and one of the things that we're going to be trying to test or pilot at
Be
a
right
few
back,
different
everybody.
locations is misting tents. So anywhere in the city, different parts of the city where we may not have a cooling center, that there may be a need, we're going to be setting up some pilot misting tents to see if they're helpful for those in the area, and if they are, then we'll, keep working on the grant to add more.
How do we imagine the communication with our nonprofit partners and our other agencies, and of course the district and at-large counselors to work so that we can get the word out as much as possible in as many languages as possible?
Through the chair to the counselor, generally when we open those, I work with the manager's comm team to get it on social media, to get a press release out, to get it on the website. But we can also make sure that we get it directly to the district counselors as well, so that way we can push that out. And we communicate it internally between our partners at the Red Cross, Salvation Army, and a number of other NGOs.
Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. One of the things that I want to pivot to is the fire emergency response, particularly after many emergencies that we have experienced in District 5 certainly, but also other parts of the city. I had the pleasure of participating in the debriefing session that your director, Rob Connolly, had with several partners, and I really liked the process. I would like to ask you, have we activated that process for any other emergencies, fires, or large-scale catastrophes that have happened in the city?
Through the chair to the counselor, we've done those on smaller scales in other areas. We've also done them in different formats. So when we had a roof collapse, we did a resource recovery center, which was a little bit different, but it was a way of us bringing all of those affected residents in. We've done that for some fires as well. On a larger scale, we haven't done anything recently since that last fire, where we needed to do that for multiple residents, but we are working on plans to expand that and make sure that we can consistently do that after large-scale fires, just like we did with the one that you're referring to.
Yeah, I have to say it was extremely well managed. It was really, really effective. I think it was one of the best examples that I've seen in the city of actually implementing a quick system that brought all the partners that were present during the catastrophes and making sure that we understand what the role of each partner would be and what the response would be next time. So I just want to highlight that and encourage you all to continue improving that process. I don't see this in this budget, but I do remember from last year's budget that you had talked about training residents around, and pardon me if I'm not getting this right, but training residents around emergencies. I think if you can help me recall the name of that program.
Through the chair to the
Volunteers.
counselor, that's our CERT program, our Community Emergency Response Team program.
Can you give us an update, a very quick snapshot? How is that working, and how many folks you've trained so far?
Commissioner?
Absolutely. Through the chair to the counselor, we're I believe we've just recruited in this past year another 10, 15. Almost monthly, we're recruiting 1 or 2 people on. Some people, come on for a little bit of time, take that information, and then aren't as active, but we consistently are adding new members to the team. And they're actually going to be taking part in additional activities. So this weekend, they're going to be a part of a couple of different activities to get them out, get them an opportunity to have some public engagement and utilize that team. But we tend to use them as much as possible. The lighting the lighting of the tree around the holidays, we utilize them with our first aid and to direct people and help find anybody that, a lost child or anything like that. We've been doing that for the last 2 years. But that program continues to grow, and through a grant with FEMA and MEMA, we're in the process of building out a response trailer for them. So
FEMA and MEMA,
as they
what?
take on more roles.
Here's a fun
or
question that's going to get
volunteer
us written
more,
about
that we
on
can bring
Facebook.
Equipment
What
right out to the scene of wherever they're assisting people.
What
So
culture
they've got
calls their
something on
grandma
the scene to,
and grandma
utilize.
FEMA and MEMA?
Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. I have 2 more questions, and I'll.
It's honestly got to be in
stop.
Itzel's neck of the woods.
The other question
Like
that
Green
I
Acre.
has to do with
like
the fire
like
fund.
a
Have
Balkan
talked
nation.
about this both with you and the city manager
uh,
for some time now. As a reminder to
Yeah,
the
yeah,
public,
and
that's
Papa
something that I
is
suggested
Greek. I know
after
that.
the fires at Mill Street and the building collapse, or like an emergency fund. If possible, can you bring us an update on where we are with that, whether we're moving forward to a new partner, or if we are sticking with whomever we decided to partner with?
Through the chair of the council, at the moment, we're still building it out with that current partner. We've had some additional communication, and the managers also had some communication. So we're working on building that out to try to find the most effective way to distribute the funds. And in addition to that, we're working with them and a few other partners to try to add some additional portions to that. So when we respond, we have other things that we can offer in the event that funds aren't necessarily that, direct needs. So working with other partners
All right. I have a sample,
provide,
a sampler,
food, clothing.
I need
and
samples
other needs
now.
at the scene when the funds
Let's
either
probably start
aren't
with like
enough or
maybe do a
that's
cake
not
tooming
necessarily
board.
the need that they have. And
Anybody
instead,
has any
something else
fun
that we can-
sound
we
clips
can
of
offer on the
city
scene.
councilor
So
speaking?
I
Feel
will
free to
have
send them my
a more
way.
comprehensive update fairly shortly on that. We met about a week ago, and we're working on another agreement to get some other things going with that.
Wonderful. I really appreciate that. I've always offered my assistance in fundraising for the fund. I made my $200 donation from my own personal bank because I feel it's really important to have that kind of service for our community members. Through the chair, my last question to you is, and this is more of a, less of a question and more of a frustration that I've heard from residents. It sounds as though, especially with National Grid, when they have planned outages, that they don't have a very efficient way of either responding quickly to residents and or informing the city and
You
I
can
guess
send
remain in
me
contact.
clips.
If possible, this would be my request,
by
is that
Google-
we have some communication with them to do a better job at that.
Um,
I
don't
don't know
wanna
about
give
the other
my
district councilors, but I've had folks on
main email out
machines,
publicly.
on life-saving machines.
Send it to Bill
business- small
Shaner
businesses that have
at
lost thousands of dollars,
proton.me.
Not having sort of an update on how quickly power can be restored. And again, you have been incredibly helpful in responding to my request anytime I've had it. So I just like to see if we can relay that to a National Grid and Eversource. And thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Good job.
Through the chair to the councilor, you ask at a good time. I have a meeting with their new community manager next week, so I will make sure I bring that up because they've had some changes in leadership, but their new community manager for our area will be coming to a meeting with me, and I'll make sure that that'll be a focus.
Councilor Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the commissioner, one of the things that always interests
that.
me,
Look at that.
that emergency services is in charge of.
Some
is
of your
reverse,
favorite things, some favorite stupid things city
911
councilors have
program.
said.
I think over the
I
years, it's been
load them
used,
onto the board.
in a way that I think maximizes its efficiency. There was a time where there was a discussion about why not use it when in addition to snowstorms, bad ice days, and I think it's used more now than ever before for those, and I think that makes sense. So my question along the lines of reverse 911 is, what happens in the city of Worcester, God forbid this happens, but what happens if there's a active shooting situation? Is there any thought to how the reverse 911 could be used in a particular neighborhood for that type of situation? And I know it's probably a question that needs input from the Worcester Police Department as well, but since you're running the reverse 911 system through the chair, I thought I'd ask you.
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the counselor, it's a good question, and ultimately, we share responsibility for some reverse 911 with the police department. However, Worcester is one of 4 organizations in the Commonwealth that has access to a system called IPAWS, which is our full emergency alert system through FEMA, similar to what you get an Amber Alert on.
IPAWS?
So in cases like that, we actually have plans in place, so if there was an active shooter, that there could be contact made with any of us in emergency management, and we would send it out through the IPAWS system rather than Alert Worcester, for the purpose of Alert Worcester is dependent on residents signing up versus the actual IPAWS, which sends a message out to every cellular phone that has contact and connection in a particular area that we draw on a map. So we're authorized to send those messages out through the whole city of Worcester and actually all of Worcester County on behalf of the state. And if we ever were in a position where we couldn't get a message out, MEMA is our backup, and they could send it out for the city of Worcester or anywhere in Worcester County. But that would be the best option, because that also allows us, so that area of a map that we draw that we want that alert to go out to, anyone that enters that area after the alert has gone out, as long as that alert is still active, will receive it. So if you were to come from Shrewsbury and drive into the city and you didn't get the alert when we sent it out, you would get it as soon as you hit the border of that area that we designated for the alert, warning you to either stay away or to, take some sort of protective action.
All right, so thank you. So through the chair, it sounds like, even though historically FEMA is something you think about with natural disasters, it could be employed and should be available, God forbid, should the situation arise. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the counselor, yes. It was actually utilized last year when there was a short 911 outage across the Commonwealth while they were doing an update. We were able to send out messages through IPAWS to every cellular phone, warning them that 911 was not available for that period of time and that they could contact us on the business line. Okay. So it's utilized generally in emergencies and normally natural disasters, but Amber Alerts, active shooters, or anytime that significant emergency communication needs to go out to every single person.
Thank you. I think it's important for folks to know that. I myself wasn't aware that FEMA services like that are available in situations that I described, so I'm comforted to know that. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you do, and your department. You're actually the first on the line to deal with an emergency, your staff, and I appreciate all the hard work they do. My question is basically in terms of staffing. Do we have any unfilled positions?
Through the chair to the counselor, we have 6 open positions as of today, based off of we just lost 1 or 2 to the fire academy, to other communities. So we have 6 open positions that'll be getting posted next week.
Okay, and so including if you were fully staffed, is that really still enough, or is there a need to increase staffing?
We generally, through the chair to the counselor, we generally evaluate based off call volume and some of the activities. In normal operations, it's enough at the moment. There are times where we have had to bring additional personnel in on certain shifts for larger events, but those we evaluate, on a case-by-case basis. The same for weather events.
So are you talking about overtime?
Through the chair to the counselor. Either overtime or additional assistance, so our management staff, our administrative staff will also go in and assist with answering calls and answering the radio when there is a large event, a large incident, or some sort of disaster or weather event.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor King?
Thank you, through the chair. Just in regards to the 311 service centers, can you speak to what the costs are related to that, through the chair?
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the counselor, so the operating of the current center is approximately $1,500 a month, and that includes all utilities. The only additional cost that we have there outside of our staff is the internet. And we pay $150 a month for the internet. And then we have our staff members there that also serve as call takers on 311 when there's no one in the center.
What was the last part you said, where there's no what?
So when there's no one in that, no customers inside of that center that they're assisting, they will actually work as call takers and answer on 311 as well. So that way, at times when it's slower and they're not offering anything, they're answering 311 calls and backing up our call center.
And through the chair, does that impact how many are on shift at the call center? I'm sorry, at the main location?
Through the chair to the counselor, no. So the call center we keep separate as far as scheduling. So we
Razor
schedule the
blade
same
throat.
Call center regardless of who we have
That sounds
available
awful.
in our Main Street center.
And how many folks are at the customer service center?
Through the chair to the counselor, on Main Street and that customer service center, we have 3, a senior and 2 customer service representatives. And then in our call center, we generally have 4 to 5 on shift.
I'll be back in.
And
Uno
so through the chair, what's the
segundo,
total
everybody.
amount to operate and staff?
As far as Brian
the,
goes, I'm not sure.
customer
I'm not sure when he'll be
service center?
back.
I mean, so,
I think he might have left us.
if Mr. McGurty has it. Through the
Just
chair.
kidding. He's making dinner.
Commissioner?
Through the chair, it would probably be a little bit less than 200,000 if you include the staffing and the costs of the facility itself.
Thank you. And through the chair, any overtime related to that customer service center?
Through the chair to the counselor, the only overtime that could ever be related to that center at the moment would be snow operations, which is generally funded through the snow overtime.
Thank you.
And not through regular overtime.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration, mentioned here several key neighborhoods are being identified and exploring feasibility to expand 311. Can you share the prioritizing of those neighborhoods? What are the top 2 or 3?
Commissioner? Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, one of the prioritization efforts is looking at the need of the community, not just for the sake of 311 requests, but more so for the needs of birth certificates, paying bills, access to passports, et cetera. So we're looking at the full aspect of need for a 311 center. And so our first thought process was that Main South neighborhood, and then right now, the other priority is to look at the east side of the city, somewhere along Grafton Street.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to overtime. Just in kind of taking a quick look at it, it looks like we've more than doubled what we're recommending for this fiscal year, 230 looks like, 1,000 or so to 532, more than doubling it. And then when I look at the overtime budget for this department, You know, we're approving 232,000 or so for fiscal 25, and we actually paid out 672,000 in fiscal 24. Then we're looking at, as of March 31st, 2025, the overtime is 806,000. We only kind of budgeted for 230,000 or so. What are the actuals as of today? So we're at the end of May. You're talking 8 weeks since this actual on March 31st. What is the actual overtime to date in the last 2 months?
Through the chair, so the current overtime expense is about 829,000 on the tax levy, but that expense is often reimbursed from various grant sources. We haven't had that reimbursement calculation inputted since February, so that number may actually come down as some of that overtime cost shifts onto various grant sources rather than remains on the tax levy budget itself.
So through the chair, so that hasn't been calculated since February. So this number, it does include those grants.
Sorry, no, through the chair. So some of these costs are reimbursed by the state through the 911 grant. Those costs have not been reimbursed since February. So the way we report it here and what I'm giving you is the tax levy cost of the service, not the total aggregate cost. So that number includes offsets received prior to February, but then no offsets have been received since February only because of processing. So I'm saying the 829,000 that's actually hitting the budget may be high, is likely high, because we should be receiving grant offsets, reimbursements from the state that would incorporate March and April to some level. To your underlying point, though, overtime in this department has been a challenge as we look at kind of right-sizing the overtime budget based on two factors. One is the semi-new 12-hour shift that the kind of call takers are engaged on, and then the other is the vacancy challenge, where there has been significant turnover, and when there is turnover, it requires overtime to cover that space. And so as we bring new staff on, overtime can come down, but as we lose staff, overtime can go up. And then we discussed the grant reimbursement piece that could bring the overall tax levy budget piece of it down.
So what was the reimbursement from grants and state reimbursement or 911 grants, whatever it is, the prior fiscal year? What was the amount of that? One of the things, as you're looking for, one of the things that's a challenge for us, at least for me as a counselor.
All right.
Track the reimbursements, the grants.
What I miss? Anything riveting?
Tax levy. What are the actual numbers?
Wow, these GoPros, they get hot.
Tight budgeting.
Very hot.
And the like. And through the chair, while you're looking for that, perhaps for Commissioner Goodwin, I know last year, I believe we were talking about the difficulty in staffing and finding staff. You said there was only 6. However, it was mentioned that there's a lot of turnover. Are we doing exit interviews, and have we kind of bared down and figured out what the challenges are as it relates to retention?
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the counselor, yes. Over the past year, some of our turnover has been related to those coming into the department and then getting an opportunity to become a police officer or a firefighter and going to the academy. We also have several members of the department that have retired or are going to be retiring over the next year. I have one member of the department that hits 40 years with the city in December, and he'll be retiring, but we're going to be trying to keep him on for as long as we possibly can. But we've got a number in the department that range from 30 to 40 years with the city that will be looking at retiring over the next year, and several that have retired over the last 2 years.
So is there an exit interviewing process with HR or?
Through the chair to the counselor, yes. We work with HR for an exit interview process to determine any information that we can get. Like I said, generally, over the last year, the most we've lost have been regarding retirements. We have a few that have been out due to illness, and then we have several that have left to go to the academy.
Thank you.
Through the chairs, so for FY '24, we were reimbursed for about $650,000 from various grant sources at the state.
Out of how much?
Well, so if you look at the budget, to your point, the tax levy for FY '24 was approximately 672. So it was probably total overtime spending of about $1.3 million.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
So if what we report in the budget is tax
650.
levy.
Yeah,
So the
672.
$672,000 is tax levy cost for FY '24. If you add in the $655,000 of additional overtime that was reimbursed, the two together are about $1.3 million in overtime costs for the department.
No, I understand. I'm just thinking. I'm just, I'm really paying attention to overtime, regardless of the department. It's nothing personal. And I'm just wondering if there's a cost saving.
Nothing
somewhere
personal.
in the city, as relates to the overtime in the various departments, is why I'm questioning. So in addition to that, okay. And through the chair, do we have an idea of if at all, how much we've had to transfer from other departments to cover this particular department's overtime, or did that not happen? Through the chair, I know we vote on it. I just don't recall.
Through the chair, to date, it is usually internal transfers. As their vacancy, their salary savings, so salary is transferred over to overtime. We did put funding in at budget recap, about $300,000. We're just looking at last year, last year's.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to belabor the point, but, I did call for the overtime audit. I'm just wondering, in terms of staffing, I know various departments, that's an issue. I don't see a vacancy factor in this particular department's presentation. I could have missed it. But I'm really looking at, we have an auditor who we hire the auditor, the manager, and the clerk. I think those are the three. And oversight's important. And when I see more than doubling of an overtime budget, it makes me question. So if you could just share the thought or the planning related to more than doubling the recommended overtime, given the fact that we do have some grants that have come back, and historically, we haven't been really near over 500,000 for budgeting. It's been 200,000 last year. So through the chair, can you just kind of explain that?
Sure. Through the chair. So as I mentioned earlier, what we're looking to do is right-size overtime budgets within certain departments. Emergency communications is one of the strong outliers, whereas both positions were added and salaries were increased, cost of living and other adjustments over the years. The overtime budget did not increase accordingly. And so this is an effort, even this doubling, we're looking at the likelihood that we will have to transfer funds in to cover some of the overtime that we would see during the course of the year. We did look up FY '24. Last year, there was about 125,000 transferred in from salaries and 132,000 transferred from salaries and 400,000 transferred in at recap. But we expect we would probably do something similar towards the end of the year this year, depending on grant reimbursement. We are seeing an increase. The other budget you'll notice when we talk about fire is we are looking to increase the fire overtime budget somewhat this year. It is probably not sufficient in the end. There will be vacancies that allow for transfer some salaries. There will be some of that overtime carried from the SAFER grant. However, as fire has gone to a 4-person crew on each truck, and as salaries have increased, again, the overtime budget has not kept pace with the added demand. So you'll see in a couple departments, really emergency communications and fire, we're looking at increases. I know we've talked in the past about police. That has not been an issue with the police budget this year. The police budget seems to have leveled at the appropriate amount for overtime, but in a few, in this case, doubling and a partial increase in fire, it's just driven by the cost of vacancy and required overtime, cost of the salary and the overtime calculation, and then kind of what can be offset and what can't from various grant sources.
I just want to add something to me. Yeah, I just want to add something. Really, it comes down to policy. There's been some policy decisions in emergency communications in the fire department that impact overtime. In emergency communications, it was a bargaining that we did with 495, with the labor union. And part of the bargaining was to look at the restructuring of their hours. A lot of times we saw that they were working double shifts. Instead of 8 hours, they were working 16 hours. And there was a time where we were actually mandatory overtime because we didn't have enough staff. And so as an effort to impact bargain or bargain this with the union was to restructure from an 8-hour shift to a 12-hour shift. Restructuring to a 12-hour shift required us to increase that overtime because 4 of those hours were technically within overtime structure. And so that policy decision impacted this number. Last year's budget, we did not reflect that in ways that Tim Murthy explained. We didn't right size the overtime line item itself last year. This year, we made an effort to right size it, understanding and knowing that we're not probably going to meet the full demands of what that impact is. But really, it comes down to policy decisions where we've negotiated with the unions, similar situation with the fire.
Yes,
union,
Ruth, this is very
and
boring.
the fire department
The
from the policy decision
police
of going to 4
budget review
via
is what
individuals
I
per equipment,
am
but not just 4 individuals
excited.
per equipment.
Well, I guess
but also
excited is a
crew
bad word,
integrity within
but
those 4 that also impacts those
anticipating
numbers.
for reporting
Thank you.
purposes.
To the chair.
Let's see how close we are to that.
I'm just trying to wrap my mind around not right sizing based on the salary in prior fiscal budgets, and we're doing it now. And the
redesign of the Worcester's website is just terrible.
I mean, they are what they are.
I really do not like it. It's hard to find
I'm just gonna
everything.
keep a close eye on overtime, regardless of
including,
department. And we got to do what we can to save money and pay people for what they work, pay them their overtime when they earn it. But we also got to take a look at overall.
The municipal calendar used to be pretty good. Now
Through
it is
the chair of the
junk.
council, I'll also add that we are also a department that is affected by disasters and emergencies with a need for overtime, but not just on one side of the aisle. So there's times where police have major incidents that require a dedicated dispatcher versus there's also times that fire has major incidents. So we end up having the need on both sides from time to time throughout the year that also require overtime.
Thank you. We're gonna go to.
So I'm trying to see if I can drop this in the chat.
Council District 1 before we do, Mr. Manager.
I don't have access to the chat.
Jenny Pasillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to start by thanking you, Mr. Goodwin. Your department does a really great job of communicating and keeping us in the loop, and I appreciate it so much.
I don't know why I don't have access to the chat.
And especially Laura Cosenza takes a lot of time to help me with resident issues, and she and her staff work incredibly hard. I just have a couple of quick questions.
So what are we on right now?
Service Center on Main South, how many trash bags are sold a month?
We have economic development,
through the chair,
fire
of the
department,
counselor,
and police department left
generally,
after this.
I think we're looking at
fire department usually goes pretty quick.
A month on average.
Economic development.
Some months are busier than others. I
could
would
go
have to
either
check
way.
For the last
Could go either
month or
way.
two to see if that number's gone up. because I've been sharing those responsibilities.
We have
with
the
Laura,
Community
working on
Preservation Act
stocking
is the
machine.
last item
But generally, we
of
sell several
economic
packs out of there, and
development.
it's
And
been
we know
increasing
how
over
our
time
more
as
conservative
people have found
counselors
that
feel
that's
about that
available
one,
there,
so
and that it's convenient to be
that
able to
might
go in and get
be
them.
that might be a
Thank
time
you.
suck.
And then I just have one last thing. On the 311 app, I report a lot of potholes, and I see that you've changed it so you have to write. It's a
Oh,
requirement
yeah.
to write.
We're just
how
hanging out.
big the
I'm
pothole is,
sifting
how
through
deep
my
the pothole
transcription
is,
service
and
to
the
find
cause of it, if it's utility work or
cool
just a
samples
pothole.
of city councilors saying stupid stuff.
Is there a way to
Yeah,
remove
like a lot of this,
that?
you
It
don't have
never
to
used
pay
to be that way, and so it makes it, I don't want to say a barrier, but it just makes it more of a pain to report the potholes.
Through the chair to the counselor, I can bring that up with technical services. I believe part of that is to try to write or work towards correcting as we fix those potholes, that if they're caused by construction work or utility work, that the cost falls on, or the cost and the responsibility falls on the utility company to do so, which is why I think that may have been added in, but I'll confirm with technical services.
No, that part actually, yes, let the utilities pay for it through the chair to Mr. Goodwin. I think it's more of like the dimensions and diameter. I'm like, it's just kind of a pain. But it's a great app, and honestly, I use it all the time. We talk about it in neighborhood meetings. Residents love it. It makes everything super accessible, and it's very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hayter, District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to begin by saying thank you to you and your staff, Mr. Goodwin. I think we jumped right in working together back in when the fire happened on Wyman Street, and things have been rolling since, so I appreciate all the work you and your staff are doing and try to get ahead of things. I do actually I've gone by 301, walked in, talked to staff, and they're very helpful, energetic. It's good to see staff like that when they're taking calls. They're not just sitting down, they're standing up and being just active and being very helpful. So I really appreciate that. It's good to see staff, enjoying their job and where they're at. Is it possible to give us like an idea of how much foot traffic goes in, maybe on a monthly basis or daily basis?
Through the chair to the counselor, we do roughly track those numbers. On a normal week, we probably have anywhere between 30 and 60 people come in for various 311 activities. That, in addition to additional foot traffic that come in just to ask a question unrelated to actually a work order or a submission. So that is one of the conveniences of having that location there is, in the day-to-day activities, we often just talk to people and provide information or an answer to a question outside of them needing to go and look that information up. And I think that's been very convenient for the neighborhood and the community there.
Outside of, through the chair, outside of the needs that seem to be past.
Polar Park. Polar Park is.
Are there any other needs that?
Yes, it's in economic development because
area that's needed, and
the city is involved in it through the Worcester Redevelopment Authority.
Always.
But will they
looking
talk
at
about
what
it?
other
I'm not sure.
functions we can add in. Just today, we had discussions about looking.
But the
at,
Worcester Redevelopment Authority
some
counts as
office hours,
economic
for
development.
sustainability and resilience, so they could provide information to any community members that are looking for it.
Oh my
We've done
God, I
activities
hate
with
this
fire
new
prevention
website.
and,
The fact that you can't
American
search
Red Cross
agendas
to
anymore.
push information out on smoke detectors
Oh,
and other things in the neighborhood. And we're also looking at additional ways that we can work with mass hire and workforce. They generally come in monthly and provide information to residents that want to come in and speak with them. And we're going to be looking to
That's
expand
really
that
hot.
more because it's become popular. And we're going to continue to try to add more services if we identify them.
That's great. That's great. And
I'm still
I think,
here. I just.
looking
Oh,
into
no!
other ways of trying to get this information out as far as 311 goes. I was on the phone with a resident. They didn't know about it, so I explained to them, so they're really happy about it. One thing, and
just adjusting the
maybe
settings
will go
on this
to
because
the city manager. Is it possible
shit's
to
getting
look
really
into
hot.
having a position that someone can be in the community that walks around the neighborhood, probably quarterly? I know I've got a bunch of phone calls where they're hoping some of the staff can come see, because there is that issue of residents saying, well, I sent in my 311 request and I haven't heard back and it's still there, or they're saying it's been closed. Is there a way to create some type of staffing or someone from there that can go into the neighborhood and see, what are the issues that are going on? Maybe just be a quarterly walk to get a better feel and understanding of what's really going on around their neighborhood.
Through the chair to the counselor, it's certainly an idea I can bring back. I can speak that 311 goes to almost all neighborhood meetings when they can. So we try to have a presence at every neighborhood meeting, and oftentimes out to lunch and neighborhood events when we're invited. We try to get out to every single one of them, provide information, and try to connect with residents. But it's an idea that I can definitely bring back, and we can look at if there's feasibility for the future of trying to get out, and maybe it's just an opportunity, in addition to speaking to residents, to also make sure that everyone's aware of 311.
Yeah, I really would like that, especially, what you said, speaking to residents, especially if we're hopefully, going to be establishing another one throughout the district. It's a better way of letting, the residents know where you're at, what's going on. The saying is always meet people where they're at, and I think we're doing, as a city, we can do a better job of continuing finding ways to meet people where they're at. So thank you.
Thank you. So, anyone else? Councilor Toomey. Councilor Toomey?
I'm sorry, I didn't have my hand raised.
Okay, thank you. So I think we had a couple of motions, I think. So we'll take them collectively for approval. Item 7A, approval to discharge to the Committee of the Whole along with the motions. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Ajay?
Yes.
Councilor Moore Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen? Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pasillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Councilor King?
Yes.
And Mayor Pate is absent.
Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin, for your service.
Shall we, Mr. Chairman, shall we take a break? Or?
I think we can get in maybe economic development. A. No? You want to try to get it in? Just the first one? Let's do item 8A, economic development, page 153. And if we get elongated, we'll adjourn at around 6 o'clock. Thank you. So it's item 8A, page 153. Does anyone have anything? Motion to approve if no one has anything. Councilor Hajiai.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Mr. Dunn, just a couple of questions regarding some of the programs that we implemented through ARPA. What is a quick update on the naturally occurring affordable housing program that we launched funded by ARPA funds?
Through the chair to the counselor, the council might recall we had tried to come up with this innovative program knowing that the naturally occurring affordable housing in the city is what's probably most vulnerable right now. So these are units that charge rent levels that are generally at that fair market rent or below, but they're not deed restricted, so they're not counted in like an official measure like the subsidized housing inventory. One thing that was really helpful as an aside was the Mass Inc. organization did a Gateway Cities Housing Monitor report for the period ending 2024. And they attempted to measure the amount of the building stock in gateway cities that is naturally occurring affordable housing, which was really useful to us because we knew that it was really important and that it was vulnerable, but there's not a really good way of tracking them because we don't have a mechanism to get rent reporting on every unit in the city. And they estimated that Worcester's housing stock is about 33% naturally occurring affordable housing. Which is why it's so important to preserve that. And so we had come up with an innovative program that we hadn't seen before in really any city, using ARPA dollars, it was $1 million that we had committed for a pilot program to try to encourage landlords that control these naturally occurring affordable housing units to put a deed restriction on those, to preserve them, make sure that if the property does change hands, that we minimize displacement and keep those rents at an affordable level. And in exchange for that deed restriction, we would give them dollars associated with that, depending on the number of units that they would enroll and the duration of the restriction. We did have some participation. Off the top of my head, I think we ended up expending somewhere between 100 and 200,000.
How's Din Din?
So we did have a little bit of success with that, but
leftover
despite a
pho.
lot of outreach
That sounds
through
great.
a variety of channels,
Yeah, it was great.
I think we tried to come up with that sweet spot of like, what is it in terms of
What I
the
miss.
public good and the right amount of
Oh,
public
literally
investment
nothing.
in exchange for that deed
Just like
restriction, but not
less
make
than
it
nothing.
too lucrative for a developer, but also make it at least enticing to have that level of participation we wanted to see. So I think, we had some modest success, which was good. And I think we felt good about what that level was. I think it ranged depending on, again, the duration of it. It was about, I think, somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000 a unit. And that affordability restriction was, I think we tested 15 years and then brought it down to 10 years. But we did end up shifting some of those dollars to, and this was communicated to council at the time, I think we ended up reallocating some of those dollars to rental assistance, if I remember correctly, just to make sure that we were
My
utilizing all
freaking
the ARPA
GoPro
dollars
is
by the deadline.
worryingly hot.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dunn, and
I'm
agree compliments
trying to
using a very innovative
see why that
approach
might
that many
be.
other communities have used.
I don't want to
The second
explode.
question
What
has
power
to
sources
do
it plugged
with
into?
zoning.
Computer.
In my one-to-one with the city manager, he mentioned
Maybe
that
that's why.
we have shifted a
be.
position to specifically
Computer not
deal
hot.
with, or
Computer
at
fine.
least oversee the zoning reform. Can you just talk a little bit about what that process looks like?
What model is it?
Timeline
10.
when we will start it, and then what exactly is this person's responsibilities?
Sure. Through the chair to the councilor, and as the whole council knows, we've had a number of different zoning initiatives recently completed and underway, many of which are stemming from the recommendations of the Now Next plan, some of which predate Now Next when you think of inclusionary zoning and what we did with that. And I think one of the things that's important to recognize too is that when we have various kind of zoning amendments or zoning initiatives, there's the first step of generating all that community engagement, coming up with what that framework looks like, proposing it to the council, going to the planning board, doing that iterative process. But then there is a lot on the back end that I think isn't always visible in terms of implementation of it. So over the last couple of years, we've been focused on inclusionary zoning and then the resulting implementation of that, accessory dwelling units, and then the resulting implementation of that. And then we did have to make sure that we were complying with some zoning initiatives that were requirements of us. So we had to spend a good amount of time on the MBTA communities compliance. While we didn't have to make changes to our zoning ordinance to comply, we had to produce all of that documentation, submit to the state our application for compliance, which has been confirmed. And then most recently, while we would have liked to continue on with some other recommendations of Now Next, like obviously the full zoning reform, the RFP associated with that, off-street parking and tree protection. We also had to take some time to amend our accessory dwelling unit. So that just came to the council last week and is now with the planning board to make sure that our accessory dwelling unit ordinance is in compliance with the Affordable Homes Act at the state level. So we've been, I think, making a lot of progress on a number of fronts. We're very pleased to have in this budget proposal shifting a position from another department into our planning team, and the position is dedicated to long-range planning. That position title will be a long-range planner and will be dedicated staffing to both do some of the in-house stuff. So as the council remembers, inclusionary zoning and accessory dwelling units was all handled in-house. We had some recent zoning amendments as well related to floodplain changes that we were required to do. That was done in-house, and a lot of appreciation to the law department in their assistance with that. And so we're excited about having this dedicated position to really tackle some of the things that we have not yet been able to
I don't know.
implement,
It doesn't
Now
seem like
Next,
it's going
but
to
also
blow up
other
on
things
me.
that come up. So as we
That'll be
know,
fine.
it's not all about
Seems
Now
that's
Next. That's
pretty
been a
normal.
great guide.
There's a
We
few
have
things
some
you
more
can
work
do
to
to-
accomplish with that, but from time to time, other zoning
It's,
ideas or initiatives come up.
there's
I
no,
know the
like,
council has talked about
setting
institutional
for, like,
master
lowering
planning,
the resolution
those
or
kinds of
anything,
things
which
to look
I think
at.
is weird.
And so we hope
Oh,
to,
really? It
if
only
that's
shoots-
approved, we would
what's it,
move right
4K?
into the hiring process, and that would really be
I
their
don't
scope.
know.
So whether it's
I
doing
hope
the
not. I
in-house
have it
zoning,
set as low as I can on
work for long-range
Streamlab,
planning,
but-
or also managing projects.
I might have to, like,
with
do it on the
consultants.
camera
So
and
as it
then-
relates to the full scope of the zoning rewrite recommended by Now Next, we
might
would
be
start
it.
by doing a request for proposals, bringing on a consultant.
also
It's
apparently a
very
tripod
involved, like
mode.
even one full-time person wouldn't be able to handle that, even if they were working 40 hours a week just on a zoning
What is-
rewrite.
it's in what?
You really need to bring in some
You can do a
outside
tripod
assistance with
because they're-
that, and
they're
so we
used to
hope to be able
moving,
to get
so
that
the air would-
request for proposals out.
would
by the
circulate.
Yeah, compliments
Oh.
again for investing staffing and
okay.
zoning reform. That is one, I think, of your biggest accomplishments because I think it truly will unlock many opportunities. One of the concerns that I have had for a very long time is how the city, what kind of mechanisms we have to track the flipping of properties, the displacement of residents, and particularly LLCs that don't reside in the city and absentee landlords. I know that's a very long question, so I'm not looking for specific. I'm not looking for.
Attell
a
has
report,
asked
but
the
what I am
only
looking
questions
for
that I have
is-
even remotely cared about so
Can you
far.
give me a sense whether we have investigated any ways that we can actually track how many properties are being bought by whom? How many of those are LLCs? How many of those are being flipped? Because what we hear from the community, certainly from District 5 residents, is that folks are coming in from other cities and towns or even outside of state, flipping properties, raising rents, displacing residents. The same cycle over and over again. How can we track what's happening to our neighborhoods in that regard?
Through the chair to the council, I think one thing that is helpful as it relates to like property management and gathering information generally about who owns properties and how they're being rented is the rental registry program. Even in just some recent examples where folks have been trying to track down a property owner, figure out what the status is, what their goals are for their property, or what's happening with a vacancy, I've been able to get that contact information about who that landlord is, that property owner is, because of the access to that information through the rental registry. As it relates to that next layer down of investigating the LLC itself, like if you look at just real estate transactions with the Registry of Deeds, having somebody consistently monitoring that, and then looking up with the Secretary of the Commonwealth, what is this corporate entity, where are they registered, who's the contact information. Sometimes it's buried even further because you could have a corporation that also has single purpose entities, an LLC that owns a piece of property. So sometimes buried within that LLC is a corporation, then tracking that down and then trying to figure out what is not required to be disclosed to the city is what they're charging for rent. So trying to figure all that out and what mechanism is there to report on that. I think we'd have to decide what are we going to do with that data, what instance are we trying to do, and then how does that inform public
I don't need
policy,
video
and what
stabilization.
might that look like to figure out, is that a good use
Stand
of
still.
resources? Because I think that it could very well be more than a full-time job to do that.
Yeah, thank you. And you went exactly where I was hoping you would go, which is utilizing the rental registry as not only as a data measurement mechanism, but also using it as a strategy to measure the increase of rents that we hear from our constituents. Has there been any discussion amongst yourselves and ISD about mandating that folks that register in the rental registry also disclose how much rent they're charging from year to year to the residents?
Oh yeah, GPS, huh? This thing has a
Through the chair to the
GPS on it?
counselor,
What the heck is that all
I think
about?
we would also have to just investigate. I don't know off the top of my head, just are they legally required to disclose that? I know the assessor for applicable properties gets an income and expense report.
Applicable
which
properties.
includes,
I wanna hear it. Make George Russell say
multifamily
that.
Properties as
That's
well
what
as
I wanna
commercial
hear.
properties to inform the accurate
Applicable
and fair
properties.
assessment of properties. But I don't know that we would have and that's not on a per unit basis. That's for the property as a whole. I'm not sure if we have the authority to require every multifamily owner to give us information on their rents. We'd have to think about the legal implications of that I don't know. I don't have the expertise to comment on that.
Okay. In the report, one more question through the chair. The responsible development ordinance that we have pertains only to developers that receive either TIFs or ties. has there been any discussion in expanding that to include developers that do not receive any public money?
Through the chair to the counselor, we have not considered that. You mean basically any developer that pulls a building permit? We haven't really contemplated that. I think it's usually there's this kind of, I guess, propensity of scale of a project, right? So if it's a project that's receiving a TIF or a tie, it generally is a larger scale development. And I think we're hearing loud and clear from a lot of smaller three-decker owners, smaller commercial property owners, that with all of the updates to the building code that they're trying to navigate, all of the fees that already exist, whether it's, water sewer fees, utility bills that we're hearing loud and clear, building permit fees, I think to, require all of the kind of workforce reporting of like who's coming to the site to repair your electrical receptacle, is that kind of an overreach of what we would expect to see somebody doing a very small project of, what's the dollar amount associated with that? If they're just doing a $5,000 renovation, does it make sense to have all of that additional regulatory burden on them for something so small?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me about the burden that this might put on small developers. I am mostly referring to developers who might have multiple properties in the city, who have been cited continuously for violating code, for potentially hiring and not, or being cited for wage theft. I will have more follow-up regarding this particular thing. I was mostly curious to see if you had heard of any other citizen towns that they use a responsible development ordinance as a way to hold those types of developers that have multiple properties, that have patterns of disturbing our neighborhoods and not abiding by the code and inspection and services regulations.
Sure. Well, through the chair to the counselor, I think some of what we do with the responsible development ordinance is to reaffirm and get proactive commitments from developers about their requirements that exist under the law. So if there is any instances of misclassifying employees, non-payment of overtime, cash, not carrying workers' compensation insurance, there are definitely vehicles for that to be enforced, particularly with the Attorney General's office, that I don't know that we would want to try to take the place of what the Attorney General's role is. But some of the other aspects of the responsible development ordinance are more goal-driven about if you're receiving public dollars for this project, and as we try to think about how does economic development translate to community development and making sure that our residents and local businesses are participating in that economic development activity, that's where the other aspects kind of come into play. And I think that that's more, indicative of a project that is receiving public support versus just a privately funded project.
Okay, I will follow up with you on that and the manager on a separate meeting. I want to turn over through the chair, to the neighborhood development topic. As an observer of economic development for a long time, I know that we have invested in some neighborhoods, and what I hear from my residents in District 5 is that particularly the Park Avenue and Webster Square areas feel extremely neglected in terms of economic development. I'd like to have a report back on the timeline for initiating the Webster Square redevelopment request that I had a while ago, along with the Webster Square neighborhood association, and that stemmed from a walk that we did in the neighborhood. And then my last question is, in the report, there is a line there that refers to 30 or 10,000 jobs. Could you just talk a little bit about what add 10,000 new jobs to Worcester by 2030 as compared to 2020 census? Can you just talk a little bit about where this number derived from? Is it, just if you can elaborate a little bit on that.
Sure, through the chair to the counselor. So this is related to the city's strategic plan, and in the economic development growth category, trying to come up with something that we can try to measure ourselves to as it relates to job creation and having meaningful career pathways for our residents. And so I think the methodology on that was we looked at what was the job creation from 2010 to 2020, that last census, and then looking at that information and trying to do better than what that showed. And I forget what the exact number was for the city between 2010 and 2020, but I know the $10,000 job figure would be a marked increase from what we saw over the last 10 years.
Thank you, Mr. John. And lastly, I just want to end by paying my compliments to your planning director, Michelle Smith. I might have mentioned this to you and her in a private email, and certainly to the manager. I witnessed that she held 2 meetings for the FEMA plan, a very complicated, extremely complex topic, and I was thoroughly impressed by how she was just able to hold the audience's attention, describe these complicated topics in a way that made sense to the audience. And I personally witnessed her interactions with the residents, and I'm very, very impressed by your staff and how well they have responded to all of my requests and all the residents. Thank you for your hard work.
Take that. I don't know. Whoever.
Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with Councilor Hajji, Ms. Smith, and Ms. Russell, who's no relation, by the way. Both do a great job up there in the Economic Development Office, especially working with the neighbors and communicating with folks and just basically letting folks know what the process is, whether it's before the zoning board or the planning board or whatever commission. Mr. Chairman, I've just got a couple of quick comments. I know one of the goals, I think, has been to try to streamline the development process by trying to move some more authority or some more review into Mr. Dunn's office. And I'm hoping that that's going to be a good thing. But I would say, I'd just like to make an editorial comment, if I could, about that process. You know, I was just answering an email while Councilor Hajji was speaking. I checked my city phone and the city emails, and one email was from a lady who owns a single-family house, had a water loss, and has been waiting a month for a building permit, just to fix up, you know, what basically was a water loss inside her foyer, but she's waiting for a building permit. And she's tracking down the building department and that kind of thing. And it's just, and I know from my own experiences working with people in the real estate industry, it becomes some kind of a frustrating process. And I wonder, and I'll put this in the suggestion box, that at least for existing homes, single-family homes, especially, you know, that the effort of sending these things, the permits around to, you know, all the different departments, I know that has been a pet peeve of some of in the administration, that was where some of the things fell through the cracks in previous years. But I'm wondering if that process really is slowing down, you know? If you're pulling a building permit for putting windows in a single-family house, you know, why do you need Conservation Commission to sign off? Why do you need the fire department to sign off? Why do you need all these various different departments if you're just doing something simple like that? You know, it's just, there needs to be a better process. And Mr. Chairman, I'll make one more editorial comment as a former member of the planning board and soon to be former city councilor, that the process of the zoning ordinance was 1 year ago that I was involved in as a member of the planning board. And I remember that process, I think, at least I was presented by the law department. I don't know if they had consultants or brought in a special attorney or who they had at the time, but that process, the base zoning ordinance, that was the proposal that the planning board went over line by line by line, day after day after day, was a product that came from city government. It came from, I believe, from the law department, that draft. And the planning board worked on it and tweaked back and forth and came back to the council and their economic development committee at the time, or whatever the predecessor of that committee was at the time. I think it was a housing committee. Went over it and they made changes and did what they thought was right. I would be very concerned and be cautious to the administration about hiring an outside consultant, especially hiring an outside consultant from out of state. Somebody that really, you know, doesn't understand Worcester and the dynamics of the city, and putting forward a cookie cutter zoning ordinance that has been done by companies that are in the process of, or in the business of doing this.
Don't hire someone from out of state.
You know,
They don't get
across
how
the country.
racist we are.
I would suggest to the
and
administration that you should
racist
put
history of this,
some kind of
our zoning laws.
caveats or something on it that says that they need to be a local
They might not
company, a
even
local,
have heard of redlining.
local, or at least
It's
Massachusetts
like
type
they don't.
of.
They wouldn't know like the
that,
difference between
knows what's
Greendale and
going on
Burncoat. for instance.
with the
And
the
there's
way
no
the
way to
city
find that
is and
out.
where the
No,
city
it's just a
council and
feeling.
where the city administration envisions the city going forward.
Speaking of
and not
that,
just give,
Brian, do you know the
us
history
a
on
copy of something that was
on
done in
Burncoat
another
Street?
community that could
There
be-
are
that they tweak a bit
the
for
three
Worcester.
streets before you get to Bosques if
Just
you're
my
coming from the
opinion.
highway.
Thank you, Mr.
Mm-hmm.
Chairman.
3 streets
you,
before
Counselor.
Bosques. They all have the
Counselor
same
Merrill Carlson, District
stone
2,
walls.
Chair of Economic Development Committee.
Like on the street.
Counselor
Do you know what that's a,
Thank you,
what that's
Mr.
from?
Chairman.
Yeah, those used to be gated communities.
First,
So
like to
It was
Norton
like an
Company-
entire gated community.
Yeah, Norton
with
Company
Mr.
down
Dunn
at the bottom of the
and
hill.
Oh,
Economic
okay.
As you
Development
go up the
Office
hill,
to share my
it went from
appreciation
the
for all that
workers
you do,
to middle
because I
management to
certainly
the
know
bosses.
that your
And the
office
bosses lived up on
is
top of
tasked
Burncoat,
with
and it was all a
a
gated
lot of
community.
things that are
So the
taking
bosses had
place
a
in the
gated
city.
community.
There used to be
And
walls,
as we
yeah.
just stated,
Wow.
taking on even more.
That's funny. I looked at it and I was
So,
like, it seems like that's what that is, but that's maybe too
having
much.
said
It's maybe
that,
too on the
with
nose.
all of
But
the
no, it's
new
not.
projects,
That's
is
awesome.
there any discussion about any additional staff for economic
Shouldn't George
development?
Russell have to recuse himself? That's a great question.
So I,
Very often should.
I guess.
Seems like anybody who
Theoretically, Mr.
owns
Chairman, I think that the city
rental
manager is
properties
probably,
or makes passive income
the
off of
individual to answer that
properties
question.
shouldn't be able to talk about this stuff. But
Thank you. Through the chair to the counselor. We've had discussions. I think this
That was an
budget
interesting thing with the
cycle,
Human
the
Rights
discussion was
Commission
to add a
meeting.
position relative to the zoning rewrite.
Guillermo
We know that this was
was like,
extremely important.
shouldn't
And
Slavinkas
one of the
have to
efforts that we
recuse
did
himself
wasn't just to
when he's
look at
talking about the
adding
police
one
department?
position automatically.
Because
Is we looked at
he's
areas
literally
in
the
many different
police's-
departments
the-
that a
the
position
police's,
was either vacant for a long
hand
period
to
of time,
God.
or that department no longer had a use for it. And so we were able to identify a position.
So there's
in
going to
the
be a lot of
department that we
department
were then
ruling on
able
that.
to transfer
What did God have to
into
say about
economic
that?
development to fulfill this need. I think
God
over
said,
the years we've
"You
we've
shall
increased the
hide
position
$200,000 of
for
fentanyl
master
money in
addressing,
my
we've increased the
church."
position for
And then he
CPA,
did.
we've increased in position for affordable housing trust fund, we've increased the position
Good work if
for.
you can get it.
So we've done
Do you know the
a little bit of
relationship
adding to
between
the department based
Christopher
on need and based on some of the
Slavinkas
bigger
and
policies
Jonathan
that they've had to
Slavinkas?
manage. But we
Are they
work
brothers?
constantly all the time together to look and evaluate what the current staff is doing, how do we right fit those positions, but then also how to add when we need to add a position. Because we
Cannot
know
believe that Eric put
from
that
the
guy on that
conversations
board.
of community, but also the city council.
And the thing about it
the
is there's still a
importance of
vacant
economic
seat.
development, the
Like,
importance of
kicked off
building and construction, not
Ellen
only
and
commercial, but also residential
Liz
homes in this community.
and left a
And this
seat
department is taking on
so
part of
vacant.
it. They're performing at a high level, and that's why it's always very easy to say yes to add some positions when the positions are needed in this department.
Right, but I just want to caution the administration, because as we've said, this is a department that certainly has taken on a lot for this city and does an excellent job, and that's probably why they continue to take on new projects. The one piece, as you know, we talk about these new projects. I mean, there are several projects in the makings at this point, and those several projects fall under the responsible development.
And then we still have to figure out whether Kate Toomey is a parishioner
And with
of
the
Slavinkis's.
responsible development ordinance, there
Remember when she
is a
recused herself?
compliance piece
Right.
to that.
Like, why would she have to do that?
Have we looked at hiring a second person for the compliance piece, given the fact that the folks that are falling within the responsible development ordinance, that number continues to grow. Victoria does a phenomenal job, as those of us who work with her know. But are we getting to a point that we need a second individual for that monitoring of the compliance end of these projects? Mr. Dunn.
Sure, through the chair to the council. I know that topic comes up occasionally, and one of the things that, is just the nature of that is that as new projects come in and need that monitoring, we also have other projects that are kind of getting completed, right? So like recently Doherty being complete, we were assisting with that even though it wasn't a tax relief project, of course. The Cove being complete. And so, I think right now if things come under construction this year as we anticipate, might be one or two projects above the average, but I don't think one or two projects, really indicates a need of bringing on another full-time person. I think we generally support one another too. So if something's happening and we need to give some additional assistance, obviously with her supervisor being Paul Morano, I know he's helped out in times when there needs to be some
Paul
additional
Morano
support.
shout out.
But
Love
I'd say
to
just
hear it.
overall across the department, that function of our department is not the most resource constrained right now.
Okay, thank you. And again, I just, want to say how much I appreciate all that economic development does. I think there's a lot that people don't know what's happening in economic development, and certainly now with the Community Preservation Act going into full swing, quite honestly, that's another 3 different programs that are in full swing that we hadn't had previously. So I think it's a department that we need to monitor, and I do want to piggyback on what Councilor Russell said. One of the things that we hear very often, and I know that Mr. Dunn, I've talked to you about this, is the permitting process is getting, it's a real concern for a lot of our constituents who are here in the city. And I think it's something that we need to look at. And again, I know there's a piece of this on the whole numbering piece that you've already taken on, and I'm not suggesting in any way that you take on any additional permitting duties. So I just want to be clear because while I agree with Council Russell, I think that economic development at this point has a full plate. But I did need to say that because that is a huge concern for the residents in the city of Worcester, is the whole permitting process. But thank you, Mr. Dunn, and all of your staff for what you do every day.
Did the mayor say why he left?
We just went to a groundbreaking today, another
You're muted.
360 units coming on board, which is, fabulous, and 10% of that, which are affordable and also ADA compliant.
He's supposed to be
so we're certainly
supposed to be talking
moving
at
in the right
the
direction. We can't
Worcester
build
Arts
them
Council
fast enough, but
like
certainly
ceremony
headed
right now,
in the right direction.
and so is
Mr.
Christian.
Chairman, my next
You're muted.
question is to Mr. Turgeon.
What's the Worcester Arts Council ceremony?
Want to ask
I don't know.
you,
It's
how are we
Sean is
doing
hosting it.
with the whole
Hope I wasn't supposed
unemployment
to go to that.
process? I understand that system has changed once
Sean.
again, and I also understand that it is a complete nightmare for those who are looking to file for unemployment. Could you sort of walk me through what has happened? And I also preface all of that by saying I know that that's nothing that's in your control.
The grant reception.
Washington certainly has had a
Well, sorry, I had to
pretty
watch.
big
Had to watch
impact
City
on
Council.
everybody across the country.
Dedicated to your craft.
I do know, I was talking with some folks today who certainly are struggling with the whole unemployment piece.
Sure, through the chair to the counselor. As you referenced, it's a state system, the Mass Department of Unemployment Assistance. To be fair, they've undergone a new process now where they've launched a new online platform to
He
serve
says he doesn't know if you're
customers.
supposed to be there.
What it replaces had a lot of complaints that we would see on a
There's
daily
no
basis.
specific
They've
recognition.
also had moved
Just an
away
overall.
from in-person services outside of the city of Boston.
Oh, perfect.
And so because of that,
Oh,
their phone
you are
system
invited.
and online system that they previously had was overloaded. And we
Nope, that was two different things.
we
Okay,
fielded a
I'm good.
lot of complaints, especially at the Career Center here in the city. So the new system is up and running. From what we hear from DUA, it has resulted in lower wait times. Not that it's perfect by any means, but it's kind of trending in the right direction. They've also, for the first time in the last decade or so, they'll be outstationing staff at the local career centers. So we don't have the schedule yet, but we will be having a person from a live in-person person that can assist people with the problems that they're having online on our computer. So we have a computer resource room they can utilize with assistance from this DUA staff person. It won't be a full-time person in Worcester, but it will be on a regular basis. So we're working out what that schedule will look like. And we appreciate our state partners at the DUA hearing us when we've said we've really needed that type of support. So along with the new launched system, in-person assistance will be made available.
That's great news, and just want to say thank you for what you do, because I know oftentimes you guys don't get the recognition that you certainly deserve, working with those who have lost their job through no fault of their own and trying to get back in the workplace. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Turgeon. Thank you, Councilor Carlson. We're going to recess for a bit, and then we'll be back. Motion is to recess. Do we have
Mr.
to
Chairman,
roll
are you
call?
going to approve the items? or-
Recess for a
Okay,
bit.
gonna hold them all?
Motion to recess.
Well, fucked. What do you think we should do? Should we recess?
Council Bergman?
Guys want to play a game?
Yeah, let's play a game.
Sorry, I didn't see you.
Sorry,
Sure.
to the chairperson, shouldn't we be voting on this, or is your intention?
There's additional questions. If you want to
Okay.
stay for the whole time, I was
No,
going to
no,
recess
no.
and we can come
I
back.
didn't know there were additional questions.
Yes.
So the answer is yes on the motion to adjourn.
Recess. Motion to recess.
Thanks, Mo.
Council Calorio?
Motion to adjourn.
Yes.
Thanks, Mo.
Council
Super
Gier?
helpful, Mo.
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen? Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Patillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
All right. Let's see.
Pull up a nice game for us.
Let's play a little TKO. And the audience can join in.
TKO?
Have you ever played before?
I have not. No.
Oh, it's quite good.
Quiet.
Stand by. Stand by. Let me get this up. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. You can probably pull down the. I can't do that out here.
Yeah.
Can you do that? You can do that. Yeah, you can do it. There we go.
So, if you want to join in, go to jackbox.tv and then put in that code UPFG.
UPFG.
UPFG. And then what you do is it's going to ask us to. It's going to ask you to draw some pictures on your phone, and then it's going to ask you to come up with some catchphrases, and then they're gonna put them together as T-shirts, and it's a tournament to see who makes the best T-shirt. And at the
What
end,
the fuck?
you can order the T-shirts. It's
Cool.
my favorite. It's absolutely my favorite game of all time.
Interesting.
Yeah. If anyone else wants to join in and that's watching in the audience, we need a few more. While they're at recess, while they're fucking around, we can fuck around. And you can post nasty stuff if you want in the game. No one's gonna stop you. Go to jackbox.tv and then put in that code UPFG. And then you pick your character portrait and you make a victory quote, and then we'll go from there. Get a couple more players, we'll start. Yeah, we've played this on the stream before. Me and Sean and some comedians. It's very fun to then like buy the shirt of the like vulgar thing that is made, and then give it to your mom for Christmas because she played that game. I have like 6. I think I have 6 TKO shirts maybe, or I've purchased six TKO shirts. One of them is a crude drawing of a witch, and it says "Eat my ass, clown boy." And then there's another one that says "My playground, my rules," and it's a picture of a guy getting his mouth peed into. So it's a pretty good game. All right, let's play. Let's start this up. So you play on your phone.
Whoa. That's what yours looks like?
That's what?
Mine doesn't look like that.
No. On your phone?
Well, I'm on my web browser.
Oh.
So that's probably why.
Well, this is the game. So that's the browser is your controller. And then this is the game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
This will be practice, I believe.
So I need 2 windows, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you're going to draw 3 drawings. So
I see. Okay.
begin your drawing.
Begin my... Would I have to draw? I can't draw anything.
Yeah, you can. I believe in you. And you can change the size of the crayon up in the top left corner. You can change the color of the crayon at the top, and then you can change your background at the bottom. And then when you're done, hit the check mark.
Ah! Ah!
Oh, no, my internet is definitely not working correctly. Now you're going to begin your second drawing.
Second drawing.
Second drawing. Really impressed that Roman's able to play this game.
Yeah, I'm pretty much fucking really good at it, like every game. So
One more drawing.
third drawing. I'm
Third
out of
drawing.
drawings, dude.
See, just dig down deep, believe in yourself. Have all the confidence in the world. It is timed, but the timer is very long. You have like a minute, like still have a minute left from right now. I think people that like join after, like in the there's like an audience, and they can draw stuff that we don't know about that gets thrown into.
Whoa.
So that's fun. And then next we're gonna come up with like a catchphrase for the shirt, and then you're gonna mix them together. You're just gonna get random ones assigned to you, and then you have to make shirts out of them. You have to pick a picture and a catchphrase.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, we're playing a game. You can get in on the next round if you want to join in the audience right now and add suggestions. You can go to jackbox.tv and then use that code in the top right corner, UPFG. And now it's going to ask you to type in as many catchphrases as you possibly can at a time.
Oh boy. All right.
seconds. Oh, wow, Noich. Just couldn't get off the schneid. So now you choose a drawing, you scroll through a drawing, and then you scroll through and you decide which combo works best.
Wow. My first one out of the box. Just submitting that.
Yeah.
I can't.
Mine was kind of perfect too.
I don't even need to see the other options, to be honest with you. I just clicked it right away because I think I will probably buy this shirt.
That's the best part.
This one right here. This is mine.
Yes. Oh wow, this is tough.
Wow. Oh wow. I gotta vote for.
You gotta vote. Yeah, then you gotta vote.
Yeah. Okay. The WPD show tremendous restraint. That is good.
I really love that.
That's so good.
Sure. So that one moves on.
Go.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right. Do we have like a second bracket now?
Yeah. Then
okay.
there's everyone's shirt faces off, and then.
That's nasty. Who wrote "Raise Your Throat"? Go. Certainly not me. Certainly not me.
Oh, sweet.
Sick. Wow.
Yep. Making good progress.
That's pretty good.
Gio, we'll get you in the next round. I love this picture for Abolish Single. This was my shirt I made, but I don't know whoever drew that picture. It's fantastic. Wow. Look at that. All right. So now I think we draw again.
Great. So what happens now?
I think we draw another design.
Okay.
And then do more slogans. Yeah, I think it was Noich.
All right. I gotta have Katie draw me one of these. That would be cheating. It can be a lot more elite than my current ones.
Mm, 12 seconds left. Two, one.
Now we're doing captions again?
Captions again, yeah. Now you make another shirt. Holy shit, someone's good drawing.
I ate the peppers.
Hmm. Is that a dead smiley ball? I ate the peppers. Whoa. This one's actually beautiful.
That one's just really nice.
Yeah, I really like it.
That one's wholesome.
Yeah. It was all a dream. Nice.
Wow. Very good.
Is that a king rat or poop? I couldn't tell. I picked it thinking maybe it was poop.
Trash rat.
Trash rat. Perfect.
Trash
Love
rat.
it. No, I fucking love it. It was all a dream.
That's like a Vietnam Facebook shirt. It's kind of shirt. It's really good.
Gio, we all did. Now they show down against each other, and we decide who's better. It was all a dream. The WPD showed tremendous restraint.
Two great candidates.
Yeah. My heart lies in one place, and I can't deny myself. Wow. See, we're all cynical bastards at heart.
Wow, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's topical. It's really good.
It's really good. Wow. Oh, look at that. Art and slogan.
Art and slogan.
Yeah. So now it should give you the link to
Cameron, you drew and wrote the winner? That's great.
yes.
I picked it, but it was the first one that fucking came at me. And I was just like, yep.
Yeah, it's $23 to buy a shirt. One custom shirt. And let me tell you, there ain't much that they won't print. Cynthia. They won't do slurs or anything like that, but they'll do basically anything else.
That's awesome.
You're the best writer, Bill.
What's the best writer? What?
They give stats at the end, so your slogans were used on the most shirts. So you're the best writer, which I think we all could have guessed.
Oh, you can get them all.
Yeah.
That's sick.
You can go back to your old games too, and like.
Oh, really? It's like saves them.
Yeah. There's still a recess. Do you guys want to do another round?
Count me out for this round because I gotta make salads.
Oh yeah.
But
I'll
be
chat,
here.
Let us know if you want to play another round. Chat.
I'll be spectating.
No, they're still gone. Let's see if we get any audio coming through. What I think is going on. This is my theory about what's going on. Christian ran across the street to JMac to go speak at this reception, and they're going to come back when him and the mayor come back.
It's all right. I'll just do a little cooking show.
Oh yeah. I'll open the room if people want. If we get enough people to join, then we'll play. So go to jackbox.tv and put in that code ZVDP while we wait for City Council to come back. Wow, we got the mayor in here. All right. You folks ready to do this?
So now the thing about making a salad is gotta put all the veggies together, then put the veggies on the bowl. My favorite kind of salads are like the antipasta salad, ham salad, tuna salad. You play another round?
Yeah, we're gonna do one more. We got
Sick.
4 of us. So everybody, what you're gonna do first is draw 3 pictures. So use the tools on your phone screen to draw a crude picture, whatever you want, and then after that, it'll have us write catchphrases, slogans, whatever. I want to know what George's diet really is like. You got a minute left to finish your first picture. And just hit that check mark down at the bottom when you're done. And just to let you know, if you don't finish in time, if it's down to like a couple seconds left, just hit the check mark, because it'll just erase your picture if you don't hit the check mark. Seven seconds. Come on, Mayor Petty. We believe in you. Hit that check mark. Now you're going to draw another picture. One more picture. Make it your best one. Coming up on 10 seconds. Better hit that check mark. Or don't, who cares? Now you write catchphrases, right? As many as you can. Just hit the check mark after every one. Now you make the shirt that you want to present for the tournament. So you pick a picture and then you pick a slogan. And now we're going to vote. We're going to do showdowns between the shirts.
Whoa. One
Yeah.
on the right. One on the right's real. One on the right's real special, I think.
Oh yeah. Again, these shirts will be available for purchase after the game.
I sucked off the Columbus statue is so good. I sucked off the Columbus statue, and all I got was this lousy trespass order.
Nice. Now we're gonna do draw on one more picture, and then we'll add some more slogans too. Oh, maybe we don't need any more pictures. Maybe it has enough pictures. Just have us do. Oh no, pictures. There we go. $25 seconds. Now you write some more slogans. No, you make your shirt.
Nice. Nice.
No, you just pick your favorite. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful.
Check this out. My mute button.
We gotta put that.
Yeah.
Put it right here. No.
Awesome.
First one is Willem Dafoe goaded.
You're fond of me lobsters, ain't ye? Nice. It's a quality shirt right there.
Not that I'd want to influence votes, but I feel like you got to go with the Columbus statue. I really do. Not that I'm influencing votes or anything.
No, yeah. Noid versus Noid. Yeah. Music and lyrics by Brian.
Very good. That's a pretty fun game.
It's a great game. You get if you get a bunch of people, if you fill out I think it's like 8 is the maximum. It goes more rounds. So there's like the gauntlet lasts longer. I can't. Oh, they're back. They're back.
Left. I didn't start the clock.
Whoa, they're
Mr.
back.
Chair, Mr. Dunn, just the question that I had regarding Madison.
Sorry, 9 minutes left, I guess.
Madison Properties, what's the updated status on how they've responded or not to WRA, and when can we expect to hear an update for what their efforts are?
Look at that.
And what they committed to the
Brian,
city?
real professional timing there.
Really?
That was really
Sure,
good.
through the counselor, I believe our latest status report is in committee now, and it's an ongoing agenda item of the redevelopment authority. So right now, the main focus that they've been dedicating most of their attention to has been to try to get the hotel under construction this year. They have
I'm so
identified
sorry.
an operating partner for that would have a substantial ownership interest in the hotel as well. So we're working through what that looks like and those conversations to hopefully get that under construction. And then as it relates to the second residential building, which would be behind the Revington, I believe they have also been entertaining offers on that for sale to have somebody else come in and execute on that project on a timeline that would likely be a lot sooner than Madison's execution on that project. So we continue to have those conversations, certainly as we know with what's going on with a number of different housing projects in particular and other commercial projects like hotels and particularly anything related to office or lab. Those are the hardest asset classes right now to get financed because of the glut of supply right now based on just what's available for life science space in Massachusetts based on what's in demand and certainly a lot of the different changes going on around research funding and the likes. So I think the lowest kind of confidence on a short-term time frame would be for the lab and the office building, but there is some momentum building on the hotel and the second residential building.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
Okay. I do have one question as relates to this, and that's regarding the Discover Massachusetts line item. Just like the administration to justify that line item for me.
Through the chair to the council, that line item is a budget line item based on the request in conversations with Discover Central Mass. This is a number they help to offset other outside entity funding that they're able to secure, especially state grant dollars. So this is a number that we've, year over year have been able to provide to them, knowing that they have needs in that
Discover Central
in
Mass,
terms of
you
marketing the
stink.
city, trying to bring foot traffic to the DCU center and our hotels, et cetera. So this is just a number based on our conversations with Discover Central Mass that they need to continue to operate.
Thank you. And can you share how you're measuring the efficacy of that group as relates to marketing the city? What numbers are you looking at? How are you quantifying their performance?
Through the chair to the council, they provide a report to the administration and showing their efficacy and their impacts in our community.
Well.
Whether it's hotels, their marketing materials, the advertisements, the number of individuals,
Let's go ahead.
and also the economic impact. And so they provide these reports, and then based on those reports and conversations with the board and the executive director, we're able to determine their efficacy and their impact in our community.
What did I miss?
Thank you.
We
I
played
have some real questions about
Jackbox.
that line item.
That was really
I'll address when it
exciting.
gets to council. Is there anyone else that has anything on
And
any
then everything else is
A
kind of a
through E?
A Christian's mayor now?
I just
Yeah.
want to kind of respond to the conversation
Joe-
about
oh, yeah,
Discover
Joe Quinn.
Worcester. I had some knowledge of what the effect dollar value is of what they
Anybody get hauled out by
promote,
security?
but I've had an opportunity
No, it's been
over
quiet.
the last 6 months or so to really get to know some of the numbers better, and I think it's good to see those numbers because the trickle down effect isn't really just looking at what they're getting through tax levy and through our budget, but it's really where the dollars go back into the community, and I'm very much satisfied, I would say more so than ever, that what we give them is multiplied many times over by the monies that come back into the small businesses of this community. So we'll see where that goes, but I'm certainly very supportive of
How, Mo?
the dollar
How
amount
does that
given.
happen,
Quite
Mo?
frankly, I think they could do more with more, but I understand the limitations of the budget this year. So thank you.
Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a report. I'll direct this comment to the manager and not to Mr. Dunn. But I would ask for a report before we finalize the budget as to the long-standing questions that I've had about this $500,000 expenditure. And it is pretty simple. I just always say, and I know the response has always been, well, they get money from the state. Well, the state, you know, there's a lot of other communities that benefit from the state money too, and I would think that Worcester should benefit from that state money also. And I'd like to know if any other community put in $1. $1. That's been my main complaint. The town of Sturbridge does benefits dramatically from this organization. The town of Auburn has a lot of hotels. There are other communities, Westboro, and other communities that have a lot of hotel rooms that benefit from this expenditure. And I'd like to know if any of those communities put in $1. And that's been my overall request on this year
$1.
after year after year. And I would also suggest, Mr. Chairman, you made an item about basketball tournaments coming to Worcester, and the conversation was made on this council floor to refer it to that organization and to see. I'd like a report to see what they came up with on that. I'd also like to see what the percentage is or what the handling fee, because I know every year, unless it's changed, Mr. McGurthy can correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I started asking questions on this a few years ago is when I saw
The
checks
ridiculous
being
thing about
made
this is
payable to
he
the
had
Chamber of
all
Commerce
year
that I didn't understand what they were
to
for.
like
And they
prepare
were
this line of
to run it
attack,
through
which as good as it
their
might be,
bookkeeping system. So I'd like
he's
to know
doing
what the
it
Chamber of
when the
Commerce.
budget has to be
benefit-
approved like
but
next
then
week.
what their
What is he even doing?
processing fee is and their organizational fee is. So I'd like more details on it too. And with that in mind, we can continue that conversation when it goes forward.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on any of these 8A through E? Okay.
Excuse me, my hand is raised.
Oh, sorry. Counselor Toomey at large.
Thank you,
Whoa.
Mr. Chair.
That fade
I
was really
will
cool.
say that if anyone has traveled outside of Worcester, outside of Massachusetts, you will see where that money is being, some of that money is being spent. And I have seen it at airports. My husband, who's been a salesman, has seen it at airports. There's been a great deal of excitement about Worcester because of the marketing that's been done. And I'm actually very pleased that for the amount of money that we've put out
Troubler,
there,
I'm
there's
sorry.
a great return on our investment. So
stepped
I
out
know
during
that we
recess.
recently had a report in economic development, and they've really done a great job.
Also,
The
Sean
director
posted a
is
picture of Christian
doing
King
a great job. So
speaking at
I
the
look
White Room
forward to supporting this. Thank you.
20 minutes ago. So
Thank you. Not a lot to trim
Theory
here from this
confirmed.
budget. Level funding in a number of the different divisions. So the motion is to discharge this to the city council. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson? Council Nguyen? Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Vice Chair Council King?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
what the hell is happening?
Whoa, George is the big chair.
Where's
George?
Christian going now? He already left once.
George is the big chair. Why does George get to sit at the big chair?
Sergeant Papa's.
Mr. Clerk, you're going to have to help me with the item is 9A, the
What a
fire
rare
department, I
treat.
believe.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. So basically, the next department is the fire department. We're going to have the CFO
yeah.
present this light item.
Mr. McGurthy?
Thank you,
He
Mr.
didn't go on
Chairman.
one
As
tonight, did he?
indicated, the Worcester
Or
Fire
just like
Department budget is next with
we're
Chief
talking about
Martin
the
Dyer
famous one.
and his team, Assistant Chiefs Adam Roach and Gary Arpin, and Josh Martunis. The recommended appropriation is $49.3 million. It's a 12% increase The major changes are a result of 2 new fire lieutenant positions that are a result of union bargaining.
George Russell in the big chair is
COLAs,
like a
step
society
increases,
if blank
the
didn't
end of
exist
one of the
type
federal
level
SAFER
meme.
grants in third quarter FY26.
Society if the Columbus
putting the
statue didn't
cost
exist,
of those
and it's just
employees back on the
George
tax
Russell
levy.
in the big chair.
Increased overtime funding and funding for a turnover of gear that's now
Yeah, that's
PFAS free.
the only difference is
We
that
also
if
have
we didn't
in
have the
front of us
Columbus statue, the
fire
only
capital
difference
borrowing
is
budget, which is
George Russell is
460,000.
mayor and
It
dogs
relates
can
to
speak
certain
English.
fire station improvements and vehicle replacements.
Anyone have any questions on this?
Society if the
Councilman Jay.
Irish didn't exist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, everybody. First of all, thank you for the service to the city, to my residents, and all the fires and catastrophes that folks have experienced in District 5. Some of the questions that I have relate particularly to what things you have seen in terms of fires this year. Have you seen an increase? It sounds like we continue to, fires seem to target especially three-deckers. I'm just wondering if you're seeing any new patterns in what we've seen this year in terms of fires.
Through the chair to the
Shuffle
councilor.
continues.
We're actually on par with fires for last year. We're slightly down just a couple, but for the most part, we're not seeing any increase in the fires. We are all runs included. We're experiencing a 5% increase.
It's really nice
over
to see how
last
diverse
year.
firefighting has become as a profession.
I'm sorry, Chief, just through the chair, did you say we've seen a 5% increase?
Of all calls.
They look like
to all
brothers.
calls, but not in structure fires.
Okay, great.
They probably are.
In terms of the public education and fire prevention aspect of your jobs, I want to again publicly praise Lieutenant Melvin and Lieutenant Ushinsky because they really have been instrumental in coordinating all the fire prevention education sessions at Washington Heights that I know you had come and spoken to the neighborhood about. I have noticed that Lieutenant Ushinsky particularly does a lot of stuff online. I see the fire department post a lot of the education things that you do in the Worcester Public Schools especially. How many fire, and I don't know if I'm getting the correct title, but how many Lieutenant Ushинskys do we have in the fire department?
Through the chair of the councilor, we have one public education lieutenant and we have one public education firefighter assigned to that task.
So through the chair, 2 folks specifically assigned to public education.
Through the chair of the councilor, that is correct, 2 folks.
Do you envision increasing capacity for that particular division?
Through the chair to the councilor, that is not part of this current budget. As always, we're constrained by what we can do. We do as much as we can. We support that every year with a small grant from the Department of Fire Services that allows us to do more outreach. So we have other firefighters who work in the operations division that have certifications where they can do, we call it PFALs, and they can do the fire and life safety education as well.
So
we
how'd
supplement
you guys
with
put
them.
out that fire that lives in
And then we're
TikTok
out in the
cause?
community. I mean, no, we have lots of school visits planned for the end of the year, spree days and stuff like that. And whenever we have those interactions, we take those opportunities to provide education.
Great. I do ask that question because I've now had the chance of witnessing and seeing Lieutenant Ushinsky, Lieutenant Melvin at 2 of the fire prevention sessions that we had in District 5 right after the Washington Heights fires. And the information that they provided was incredibly helpful to our residents, and I've been asked a lot to do more of those presentations. And I was a little surprised that for a city of our size, we only have 2 folks. Just a gentle suggestion to increase that capacity because it sounds like what you've seen from the Washington Heights residents, they have benefited a lot from getting that information. And I appreciate you coming to the neighborhood meetings. That was super helpful. In terms of fire investigations, how many fire investigators do we have on roster right now?
We currently have 2 fire investigators. A third is training up to do it, but right now it's 2 official fire investigators.
And through the chair to the chief, what is a typical caseload for a fire investigator?
Through the chair to the council, that's a difficult question to answer. I think it's different in a lot of municipalities. There's dual, triple roles with some of them, and so it's a very hard number to compare. Basically, we've been investigating fairly consistently about 150 fires a year between our 2 or 3 investigators, depending on the timing within that year.
And I remember, I think Mr. McGurthy just mentioned that as well, that we have budgeted to hire an additional fire investigator, or is it 2?
Chief?
Through the chair to the councilor, with this budget, we're increasing the number by 2, and it's moving to the operations division. So they will work the 24/7 operation schedule, basically, so that we will always have a fire investigator on duty.
Wonderful. And can you share with us when those 2 folks plan to get hired?
So we're budgeted in the second half of the year for those 2 positions. It requires an enormous amount of training, and where this is a new program, a lot of planning on exactly how this is going to work. So it is a very big task that is ahead of us to make sure that this new system is successful. So we don't plan on having it actually up and running until the end of June.
Of this year?
Of this year. No, excuse me, of this fiscal year that we're talking about right now, so June of 2026.
Thank you, Chief. Not that you need my opinion, but I have, again, going back to what I witnessed Lieutenant Melvin do for my residents, I have never seen anyone who went that much above and beyond her descriptive duty. And the way that she handled each of those folks at a time, at most horrible time, she still emails me and she still follows up with people. That is an incredible amount of public service that I want to mention. If you could hire people like her, we would be in really, really good hands. I had the pleasure to speak to your recruits 3 or 4 weeks ago. And one of the things that I mentioned to them is that they are the protectors of our community. I just want to express that I was very happy to speak with them, and I'm happy to come back anytime and share my experience as an immigrant and someone who works deeply in the community.
Thank you, Council.
The last question that I have is regarding the types of training that your department receives. I was curious to see what is the allocation of training monies that is allocated for your department.
Chief?
Through the chair to the council, we generally set it, we have the training division, which is funded, obviously, throughout the year with full-time staff, and then we backfill it with adjunct staff for specialty training and for the recruit academy. So we bring people off the operations division into training division for those periods of times. And then, on a monthly basis, we're doing special operations training and dive training with the specialists being the trainers there. And then we do usually about 3 programs a year between hazmat, EMS, first responder, and usually an optional one. So actually about 4 trainings a year. Again, depending on what the topic is, it may be delivered by the training staff that is there every day, or it might be a specialist that we're bringing in to help us with it. Additionally, we with this budget and the new collective bargaining agreement, we have some funds set aside for outside training as well, where people can go to stuff that interests them. But we're really working very, very hard to make training a daily part of our routine. led by our deputies. So the deputy in each group is really the champion of training, determining what their group needs, or if our assistant chief of operations here is determining a need that is department-wide, and we're delivering that through the deputies to make sure that we have consistent training throughout all 4 groups.
Great, thank you, Chief. My last question, and it's actually less than of a question than more of a statement. I just want to make sure that for the public to be reminded, you are in support and have endorsed Worcester opting into the state statute 26I, which is the fire sprinkler, automatic fire sprinkler for renovations.
Through the chair to the counselor, I do support the adoption of 26I.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Before we turn over to Kate, tell me my condolences to Fire Chief Goodell's passing yesterday, and to you and your team, and so sorry. It's good chief. Okay, we have Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You took the words out of my mouth. I was going to express my deepest sympathy for the chief in his passing. He was an excellent leader in our department, and it's very sad to see him go. I want to say thank you to the chief and his command staff and all the men and women in the fire department, the incredible work they do in all hours of the day and night, and all types of weather throughout the year. The incredible risk they put themselves to for protecting the people in our community. And I'm excited to hear more about the new alternate gear that's supposed to be PFAS free. I look forward to getting a report on that. One of the things that, through you, Mr. Chair, to the chief, that's been of concern for me is the length of time it's taking to get our fleet upgraded. And I believe we have 2 trucks, Chief, that we're waiting on, through you, Mr. Chair.
District Chief?
Through the chair to the counselor, that's correct. We have, right now we have 2 trucks online in the design and build process. Currently, we have 1 engine and 1 ladder truck. What we're looking at is approximately 660 days for the build process for the ladder truck, and we're at right now over 1,000 days for the build process for an engine.
And are these made by the same company, through you, Mr. Chair?
Through the chair to the counselor, they are not made by the same
Troubler,
company.
just tell
but
us.
With that said, there are about 3 or 4 companies, private equity companies that own most of the companies. So what we're seeing is a trend with every fire apparatus manufacturer that has the same delays.
And through Mr. Chair, to the Chief, are we seeing impacts? It's my understanding that in the last group of trucks that we got, we had 1 that had to be repaired almost immediately. Is that, do we know which company that is?
Chief?
Through the chair to the council, actually every one of the newest trucks have had to be repaired. What we're seeing is basically a increase in time and cost to get trucks delivered and a decrease in the quality of the apparatus as they're delivered.
Worcester should build its own fire trucks.
And that's the same across the board with all manufacturers we've dealt with so far.
Thank you. Through the chair, is there any type of investigation that's going to be done to take a look at that? Do you know, through the Chiefs Association, whether it be Massachusetts, New England, or national?
Through the chair to the counselor, we have worked with Senator Warren's office, had meetings with her office. We also do know that the Fire Chiefs Association is currently doing the same with many senators' offices, and the International Association of Firefighters is also currently working with Congress to try and rectify some of these situations.
So with the repairs, I know that probably more technical related, what are we doing to have a path for our Worcester Voc Tech students to get into the type of repairs that we need, so that we have a field to be able to look at for folks that are going to be repairing our engines?
Through the chair to the council, we have used Worcester Voc in the past with we've had some internships come in. The problem is that right now is the complexity of the fire trucks and the electrical systems that are part of them. It's beyond basic mechanic skills that they're teaching in the schools right now. And you really need, we're finding that you need years and years of experience to, in understanding of this equipment, to know the fault points where they lie and to identify them and begin to rectify them. They've become extremely complex vehicles that really require a lot more experience than we're able to get from the schools right now.
So with that being said, perhaps, I know when they were working on the new Worcester Vogue, I know they worked with a lot of the
Yeah, it depends on,
larger manufacturers to train
what kind of
the
votes you take.
young people on. And I understand that experience is a huge factor here. But if we're not providing the base education for these kids, and this is probably an education question, but it's overall, because
Can you really
it's
think
not
that there's a
just,
big future in fire truck
equipment,
repair?
but
And
all
that's
of our
something that the city of
right?
Worcester should be
We're having trouble getting
letting our students
appropriate
into right
people
now.
to work on them. But I think that
There's
we
no
need to do
relationship
more
between how
to
difficult
try
it is to get a new piece of fire
find
apparatus
training
and
for
difficulty in
them.
finding someone to
And I
repair
know
them.
that's not a fire department
Maybe
budget
this
issue.
isn't the career of the
That's
future.
just a statement. But it holds back the progress that you've made. It's how old are the trucks that we currently have that we're waiting on replacing?
Through the chair to the counselor, currently we are replacing a 2010 and a 2011 apparatus. And in this year's budget, we're asking for another engine and another aerial, which will replace a 2012 engine and a 2014 aerial.
Okay. All right. Those are probably, 3 and 4 years out?
That's correct. Through the chair to the counselor, as I said before, we're looking at about 1,080-day delivery from spec to delivery for a pumper, and about 1,260 to 1,300-day delivery for an aerial apparatus. And just to add on to that a little
Listen,
bit,
I can get you a pumper in an hour.
I think the situation we're currently under really speaks to the necessity of resiliency in our fleet. And we're luckier than most right now that we do have spare apparatus and some resiliency in the fleet that we're allowed to overcome these obstacles.
Well, thank you very much. And I know that that's been an issue that we've talked about for several years. I remember when I first got on, we had a tour of the engines and ladders and stuff, and there were a lot of them that had duct tape. I know that's not the case now, but and that's because of careful planning and looking toward the future, which is what you're continuing to do. So I want to say thank you for all of that. And that's what I have right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just have a couple of questions regarding stipends. There's a contractual stipend that indicates a $100,800, $100,800. There's also a $20,000 driver's stipend. Can you explain what those are to the chair and what the necessity is?
Through the chair to the counselor, one of the newest stipends is an EAP officer.
Can you just share what that stands for?
Employee Assistance Program. So that the person that is assigned those duties spends a lot of time outside of work working with our members who may be struggling with a call or proactive conversation or connecting them to some of the many services that we work with to help with behavioral health.
Thank you. And the driver's stipend, through the chair?
Through the chair of the council, the driver's stipend is for the command technician. Any firefighter that's working in the command technician role, he's the person that drives the district chiefs and then is responsible for accountability on the fire ground. They receive $1 stipend whenever they're working in that role.
Thank you. I would also like to ask, I know this is an increase of a little over $5 million this fiscal year, and indicates it's due to the salary schedules, the two new fire investigation lieutenants. But I had some questions about the.
It kind of seems to be what they were
vacancy factor
indicating,
that
Ms.
they
Muffet, that it's all
says
private equity
offsets
firms that have
some of this.
taken over control of the supply chain,
And it also
both
goes to
building,
overtime.
fire
Again,
apparatus, and
as with all the departments.
sourcing parts for
Just wondering
quality
if
as
there's a savings there. It indicates here.
Availability for parts is dried up.
That the overtime increase was proportional to the savings that we got from the vacancy factor. Can you kind of share a little bit about the vacancy factor and what that means regarding its savings, and a little bit about the overtime budget?
Chief, Mr. McGurthy?
Through the chair, so the vacancy factor tries to take into account that some positions will be vacant throughout the year or for some portion of the year, and therefore there will be some savings due to the fact that salaries will not be paid out even though they've been budgeted. In this case, we account for the fact that there's an anticipated new class that would be coming on partway through the year. There's a recruit item in here that is separate and apart from the existing firefighters. There's also assumptions about various positions within the department that might be vacant and how quickly they could be filled, turnover could happen. And then your second piece was about overtime. Overtime would be that the correlation there is if there is a position vacant that requires a personnel component to attend whatever that item might be, to go, to be on deployment, to respond to an emergency, then in that case, there would be overtime paid to a vacant, to a person filling that vacant position during that incident.
Stop giving them
So,
ideas.
Higher vacancy is good for salaries in that it saves money on salaries. However, it costs money on overtime in departments where overtime is a necessity by virtue of the response.
Thank you. And as relates to the approved budget for fiscal '25, the overtime budget and the actuals, the approved budget was 2.4 or so, and it looks like actuals as of March 31st was 3.6. Can you talk me through that a little bit about sort of the projections and the realities? What is that related to, through the chair?
Through the chair, that's an example of fire is one of those departments where we're looking to try to right-size the overtime budget.
Trouble with that,
When we
that
look
price
back,
point doesn't work.
it has increased
There's no
substantially
incentive
over the
to flush
last
them.
5 years, say, as the response per vehicle went up to 4 individuals, as well
What
as
you need
the
to do
manager
is set it
said,
at $5 a
team
flush, but
integrity.
the toilet automatically
And
flushes
so
when it hits
we're
a
seeing
certain
this growth in
volume.
overtime. I'll add too, the chief has been focused significantly on training. Training requires overtime. That's done above and beyond the normal hours of individuals' place within the firehouse and as emergency response. So we did increase overtime this year. That is absolutely not sufficient to get us to full funding for the entire year, but our goal is that with vacancy, with unused salary, there's that potential of transferring, which is how we normally do it, transferring from salary over to overtime as we go through the fiscal year, with the hope that we can maintain all of the costs and obligations within that departmental budget. If that's not feasible, if during the course of the year we realize overtime does look like it will expand beyond the kind of internal budget of fire, that's where we would look at either transfers during the budget adjustment period in the fall, or that's when we do the year-end transfers through the city council, where we move funds from various departments that have excess to cover deficits. Under the law, every budget must balance by the end of the year. Every account must be higher than zero. So we'll move money over to fire if needed from excess capacity elsewhere within the budget.
And do we have an idea of how much, what the numbers are as relates to the transfers approved by the council?
Gio, is it just one of those old Gatorade water bottles?
Through the chair, to date, I can tell you that on fire overtime.
What's up?
Transferred in.
Yo, he's back.
I'm back.
He's better
Oh,
than
shit. I left my keyboard in the other room.
So the original budget was 2.4 million. We've added another 2 million through overtime to that overtime budget. I think those come from the combination of free cash. We did put some in through free cash.
Murder, death, kill.
And from salaries.
From free cash and salaries?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Again, I'll just reiterate, I'm looking forward to the audit, the overtime audit that's being conducted, and seeing where that lands for all departments. That being said, I know, one of the big things that came before us as a council, and that Chief Dyer, you were a point guard for, is related to the Emergency Service and Consulting International study of the Worcester Fire Department. And that revealed a number of issues, a number of recommendations, and that's back to 2021. But I bring it up because, we're still having, reports in the media from the union around concerns of declining morale, firefighter safety, and et cetera. And before I go there,
So K2Me was gesticulating about fire trucks?
Yeah, she was talking about how Vogue students should repair them.
Department has taken the lead.
What?
Going back to Chief Lavoie.
She lives in
for
fucking
the experiences that you
just
folks
Kate
have had
land.
over the years. We've had 9 line of deaths that occurred over the last 22 years, and countless other situations that you guys find yourself called to. And
Caitland, which is a suburb of Cop City.
So there's a significant impact, and I think that position will enhance the resiliency and efficacy of your folks. I wanted to say that. And going back to the questions about morale and firefighter safety, I know that we've made some gains.
We've made all these investments in the airport. We should just get rid of all the fire apparatus
some of the
and buy one
recommendations
big
from that
wildfire plane.
report,
And anytime a
training
fire
and
pops up, just dump tens of thousands of gallons of water on.
etc. It talks about a
To
strategic
grease
plan
grease
that
fire
was
in the
to be made
kitchen.
over the coming years.
Free 10,000
My
gallons
first
of water on
question
your
to the
head.
chair is,
He's so sick.
if you could
The grease
speak
fire gets
to,
10 times
I guess
bigger.
we'll use the term right sizing that we keep talking about, right sizing shifts, and have we eliminated the concerns?
I found the
around
perfect.
shipping out?
I already
Is
took
that
a
completely
YouTube
gone?
video
Again,
of the
we've done a
Mo
lot of
Bergman
things,
sample.
but I'm just wondering,
So,
if you
single
could
family
share,
zoning, Mo
is there
Bergman
an
song
actual
incoming.
strategic plan?
Nice.
Is it a living, breathing document that morphs? Is that something that's been done away with? In regards to the concerns brought forward from the union last spring, so a year ago or so, have we made inroads there? And then I'll have a follow-up budgetary question related to that.
Chief?
Through the chair to the counselor,
Oh, Joe's back?
the ESCI
Oh, yeah.
report was
Yeah.
issued
yeah.
in September. We worked through the rest of the fall on creating a strategic plan from that report, and then went straight into implementation of that report. We have implemented
Oh,
we have
I gotta go.
implemented an enormous amount of change.
No worries, that
because of
wasn't important.
Strategic plan. Yes, we addressed the shipping out. We were shipping out at alarming rates. We do not ship out as a matter of policy right now. We've done everything we can for crew integrity, where we hire back firefighters from the station that they work in. We hire back officers from the station that they work in. What we can't control is sometimes the variable time off that we can't account for, like sick leave, where sometimes then an officer may be hired back from another station because there's not enough people to fill in, or enough people willing or wanting to fill in from that station. That's where the crew integrity breaks down. As far as a matter of policy and shipping out, it is handled within that station. And that creates an incredible amount of safety. We've implemented a new command system. We ensure that we always have a district chief running in the car, not an out-of-grade officer or captain that's in that car. So the safety enhancements in the last several years have really had a tremendous impact on this fire department. And I'll just say that with the amount of change, and you said it yourself, 9 firefighters over the last 20 years that have been killed, something had to change on the Worcester Fire Department. And things did change on the Worcester Fire Department. And with that amount of change, there's going to be some pushback. There's going to be some hurt feelings. And you need the strength to pull through that, push through that, see where those complaints are coming from, understand if it's related to maybe negotiations and other things that are coming on, and steadfastly implement the change that needs to happen. That's what this fire administration has done, is to make sure that we're making those changes needed to keep our members safe and still deliver the excellent service to the citizens that they deserve and that they're paying for.
Thank you very much.
Just to add to what Chief
Yes, sir.
Dyer said through the chair, I think it's really important to recognize some of the safety issues we've put in place, including the addition of 4 deputy chiefs per group and having a district chief in the car riding his command at all times, whereas prior years we would have put a captain in the car and rolled the dice. Through last year's budget, we added 8 floating lieutenants, which have increased our capacity to have a lieutenant or a sworn officer in the front seat at all times. So the impacts are felt throughout the department with the additions that we've made.
Thank you. Appreciate that response. I know that the sort of labor relations in any sort of entity, as I'm a regional vice president of my union, the push and pull is important. I know that from what I recall from that report, a lot of those things were things that the union had brought forward in the past. So, the change that you guys have initiated, embraced, and adjusted is important for you guys, particularly given the culture concerns that was outlined. So really appreciate that. With regards to the engineering division, I know that there's some steps in taking to strengthen it, to be more responsive. Is there a line item that we are projecting out for that? Is there any sort of budgetary implication that we're anticipating through the chair?
Chief, through the chair to the counselor, the engineering division, it's increasing the fire protection engineer now to director of engineering, and we have just finally been able to fill a position that you approved last year as a council for a fire plans reviewer. So that's how we're rounding out that division and strengthening that division. We've also done some internal moves that don't require budgetary action to put a little bit more emphasis and attention on that area so that we're providing the best customer service that we can out of that division.
Thank you. And as a sitting council, we appreciate the efforts to reorganize without a fiscal consequence. That's always important, right? There's only so much money in the pot. So we appreciate that. And Mr. Chairman, if we could just get a report on the latest update on that strategic plan. I know that that's something that'll be morphing and moving as the years go forward. But, I think we have had a leadership change, and I'm hoping that the union and the administration can continue to push-pull and have a better group of firefighters for our city. We appreciate the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kate, no.
Can you just follow on, Councilor King, on the overtime? Maybe I
We've
missed
had
it.
3 different
Do we
people
have,
sitting
like a
in the
lack
big
of,
chair tonight.
Personnel, why the overtime is there? Or?
We played Jackbox games for a little bit because they took a half an hour recess.
Through the chair to the council,
More than that,
we
40
were
minutes.
down firefighters. We're
that
at 413
Christian King
right
could
now.
go
This
speak at the
recruit class
and
graduating in a
Joe
couple
Petty
of
could
weeks
go
will
speak
bring
at the
us to
Worcester
our
Arts
highest number.
Council
It was a long
ceremony.
And then the class that is approved in this budget will also make sure that we maintain that strength and get closer to our goal of having 452 uniformed firefighters on the force. The overtime is generated through our policy, our staffing policy that requires the 4 firefighters on every engine, but more so is the officers, of always having an officer. So it's a one-for-one replacement. So benefit time off is going through, except for the 2 floating officers that we have for a cushion in each group, is always going to cause overtime when it comes to an officer or a district chief. And that's so that you can have the properly trained and qualified individual that is actually in charge in performing that function.
Okay. When does the next class start?
Through the chair,
you hope?
To the chair. My hope is that
Okay,
it will
but I'm
begin
not
in early March.
entirely
next year.
surprised to hear that.
March
That far away?
2026.
Okay.
It's a long process that we start next month when we'll pull the civil service list, and we'll work through the fall, doing candidate
I would never
backgrounds
say
and the
anything
whole
about
hiring
that.
process.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor King?
Thank you. Through the chair, I've done a lot of work over the last 4 years, or 2 to 4 years, with a group of firefighters focused on diversity and things of that nature. That was back then. It was I think we actually recognized them here a few times. Will Mosley and Rohan Brewster were a part of that. And they did a lot of good work. I know some of the work that they did was around the test for all firefighters and finding some funding that was available and encouraging people to apply who did want to. And you know, there was some fees involved for people in the community that they helped with. And I know that over the last couple of years that has dissolved. And I'm just wondering if you could speak to, you know, if there's anything or any conversation about, you know, that sort of work continuing or being re-engaged. I know there had been talk at one point or another about an actual position for that. So I just wanted through the chair if there's anything kind of in the works.
Chief?
Through the chair to the counselor. So some of that recruitment work that they were doing, we have formalized through the training division where it really lives best. They are the ones that are intimately familiar with the hiring process, the civil service process, and what recruits or what potential candidates will need to do to be successful in a recruit academy. We have been working very closely with the city's new chief equity officer on programming. He's been in, obviously, as we heard this evening, he's been in our recruit academy doing modules with them on I believe it's a bi-weekly basis, 6 times throughout the academy. And we're working with him to try to see what does it look like, what does the department need, and how would it be formalized? So how is this role formal? How is there a real accountability to what that role is responsible for and how it will be accomplished? And so to have some real objectives to it, if we determine that that is appropriate. And so that's really ongoing work right now with the chief equity officer.
Thank you. And to the chair, did those folks have a title or was it just extra work they were doing?
Through the chair to the counselor, we referred to one officer as the diversity officer, and others were part of a diversity committee, but that was above and beyond their regular duties.
Thank you. And diversity officer and diversity committee, do either of those things exist currently or are filled or people participate in?
Through the chair to the counselor, no.
Okay. What's the thoughts on that?
Chief?
And the reason I'm bringing it up, Chief, is I know firsthand the work that they did, you know, and we don't want to miss that. So I don't know if that work was ever qualified or quantified in a formal way from those folks, but you know, I get that we have a diversity officer, but having actual firefighters who have relationships, who have influence, you know, for a host of reasons, could be beneficial through the chair.
Through the chair to the counselor, that the committee and the diversity officer, they left their positions and they did not feel it was necessary to share with the administration why.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like a motion that we get the administration to explore a little bit more about the benefits of the diversity committee and the diversity officer. That was going on for 2 or 3 years or so, maybe even 4. I think 3, 2 or 3. That would be my motion, Mr. Chairman. And lastly, in terms of your fire class, how many are in there? I know we ramped up a couple fiscal years ago or last fiscal year to adjust with the shifts and the ratios, but where are we at?
Through the chair to the counselor, we have 16 people in that recruit academy. We did try to fill a 30-member recruit academy. We got to 22, and then we've lost several in the process.
Okay. And do we have an idea of the diversity of those folks? Are they women? Are they people of color? Are they, what's the...
Through the chair to the counselor, I can't tell you the exact breakdown. There is diversity within that class. It's not what we would hope for, but there is diversity in that class.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like a motion that we get a demographic breakdown of that class. Again, I know I want to commend the fire department because for 2-3 years or so, they were making great strides. And certainly anticipate that will continue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We all set?
I think I understand decreases in people applying for cop jobs, but Bill, have you seen any data nationally to indicate that people don't want to be firefighters?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
It seems like real low-hanging fruit for...
Councilor Nguyen, Councilor
I have
Ojeda?
not. I've not heard that.
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
That said, the
Yes.
police officers
Thank
stuff is like not real. It's like unions trying to get more.
On page 30.
So
No, totally. And yeah,
Page
I mean,
33.
I think we've talked about this before too. I mean, there's also, you're frozen by the way too, and it looks awesome on my end that like you have this incredible pose that you're talking through your head.
I think that. Yeah. Okay. I need to switch my camera. The GoPro's overheating.
Yeah, I mean, there's also that artificial thing too, that there was a huge bump in hiring in the 90s during the Clinton administration. And those are the folks that are just retiring en masse now.
Page 33. Mr. McGurthy?
Yeah, something I want to do
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
with the police is
The
like
final,
just do a simple
division for the evening
like percentage of the
Department for
municipal
the evening is
budget.
the Worcester Police
Like
Department,
how
we're
much is
joined
the
by
police department
Chief
budget growing
Saucier
versus
and
the
Jenna
entire
Troyer, Director
the
of
entire pie?
Administration.
I think
The
it'd be very
proposed
revealing.
budget for the police
Yeah.
is 63.4 million. It's a 4% increase over FY25, driven primarily by COLAs and step increases. There are also a few regrades of some clerical
COLAs and
positions
step increases, aka the
purchase of
unions.
some safety equipment. There is also proposed borrowing within the capital budget, about 825,000, which is a 5% decrease over FY25, and it's for marked vehicles, fencing at the property, and equipment.
This is the last one.
Thank you, Mr. McGurthy. I just had a couple questions from the budget perspective. Just on the objective, your public priority goals on public health and safety. Maybe give us an update where we are with that, develop and maintain a public health and safety infrastructure in the city.
So vague.
Chief? No, just give on some of your goals where you are with the public health and safety. Or we can go to...
Okay.
To the chair, as far as public health and safety, we've made great strides going through these objectives. Again, we created that community engagement patrol program within this strategy, and as you can see, we have officers out there.
Community
and they're
engagement
required to
patrols
do
have
30
been
minutes per
almost
shift,
exclusively used
walking,
against unhoused
talking,
people.
and
They're not.
engaging with residents when they're
That's
not
just that's just what
on
they
a
call it now.
Is that working out pretty well? The 30 minutes a shift, as far as you know?
To the chair, that's correct. It's tough to get it. They're doing that, instead of doing stationary patrol, we're requiring them to get out of the vehicle and just meet people. So that is working out well. As far as drug enforcement and increasing that, the vice unit's been out there Again, work with the community, we get a lot of information from community groups, and there were 426 offense counts between July 1st and March 31st, which ended up in 166 arrests, summonses, and they executed 34 search warrants. Crime Gun Intelligence Center has been doing a remarkable job out there.
I still
Again,
can't
through
shake
that
from my
time
head that we
period,
have a vice unit
they
in Worcester.
recovered 11 crime
The word
bills,
literally
27
means immoral,
arrests.
right? Like
We
we have a
also have
literal
over 42
morality
gun
police in
traces. I can
2025,
also
just
say
kind of
this
going
time, like
around
last year,
arresting
we had
people
6
for something that
homicides. To date, we
old
have
folks
0.
a century ago decided was
The whole department
not acceptable.
together is doing a tremendous job in combating gun violence. They're out there, they're working
Yeah.
hard.
It's,
And we're working with our partners.
And guess who's doing most of the vice?
Guns off the street.
It's just dark in like in a timeline sense too. Like remember that time we invaded a bunch of countries because they had morality police,
In the past, was
or
very
like
difficult
placed
to
massive
do.
sanctions on them
We
because
didn't
of their
have the
morality police.
personnel.
But like we literally have
By
morality.
creating this one unit and tying them with the ATF, we are allowed to
Pretty shitty country we got here.
more of the evidence.
It's a cool country, man. We just do some fucked up shit that we never look in the mirror and say, "That's kind of fucked up. We should stop that."
How about
Framework's great.
Zero,
Just,
how about
man.
shootings compared to last year?
Dummies.
This year, we have 6. Last year, I think we had at least 27 at this time.
At this time, yeah. Okay. Well, good job, Chief. Summer impact. Did we start that yet? Or when does the summer impact start?
To the chair, we did start Memorial Weekend. We're going to take 2 weeks off in between, and then we're going to do it up again as soon as school gets out. So we'll get about 10 weeks of summer impact in.
How many officers additionally?
To the chair, there's 14 patrol officers, 1 captain, 1 lieutenant, and I believe 2 sergeants.
Okay. And you have a class going on right now too, Chief?
To the chair, that's correct. We have 18 in. They graduate end of June.
Are you guys keeping up with
when's the
all
next
the
one?
Russia,
Do you have one
Ukraine
budget
stuff
for
right
next
now?
year, or?
We'd like to do one again in January. We're going
January.
to start doing the backgrounds.
honestly, not really. I haven't checked in on that in a
Find
while.
it difficult to
Is
recruit
Ukraine fucking up
people.
Moscow?
I don't know.
It's just-
Like
it's
drone,
not
they're
just the
doing like
recruitment.
massive drone
If you
attacks
look at
into
our,
Moscow, and like
our
people are
numbers,
evacuating
within
this
fiscal
like
26,
Moscow and shit. And now
50
Trump is
officers
turning
could
on
retire
Putin.
Full benefits.
Wow, that's cool.
And within the last 5 years, 106 officers have left the job either through resignation, retirement, or passed away.
They didn't.
So
I
we
can
are
still see it on the
losing
Twitch website.
A lot of people. In 1994, there were at least 100 officers hired. I believe we have 46 left out of those 2 classes.
Oh, well. Okay,
Oh,
well, thank
wow.
you, Chief. Any other questions?
Are we gone? Did we get banned?
Council Hyde,
Wait, are we gone?
No, we're still on
Mr. Chair,
Twitch.
Chief, good to see you. Have a couple of questions about training. On page 38, could you talk a little bit about what the investigative, the specialized team training and the field training programs, what those 2 constitute?
So when a recruit graduates from the academy, they have to do, I believe it's 8 to 10 weeks of field training where they ride with a veteran officer. They go through a series of performance
Dog shootings.
evaluations with
Dude, Training Day was
finish
such a
off
good movie.
to make sure they're going by our policies.
Chief Saucy, I didn't know you like to get wet.
As far as specialized training, our SWAT unit trains, I believe it's twice a month now. And again, that's something that needs to be done. We had a barricade situation last week. They were out there for 9 hours and were able to get the person into custody. So that's a very valuable thing. And again, training's the crux of everything.
Thank you for that. I remember the last time that we were discussing the policy recommendations from the DOJ report, you had mentioned that you would be asking council for a training. Can you help me first, can you just talk about that, and then where in the line, budget item can we find that? I couldn't find it.
Chief?
It's a new training that you
Through the
mentioned.
chair, we had Ron Reed, who was a former FBI agent and worked for the Civil Rights Division. He came in and trained 400 of our officers. That was done about a month and a half ago.
have 400 officers.
Exact price, 37. The training itself was 13,000, but in order to get 400 people through within 4 days, we had to utilize overtime. So more of that was an overtime expense to get the training.
Got it. Thank you. Through the chair, I remember you mentioning that you were going to institute additional training. I remember the number 50,000 sticking in my head, but I could be wrong. This was in additional to what Ron did. Am I understanding that wrong, or?
Through the chair to the council, I'm not 100% on the 50,000. What I did say is we are going to increase the academy by 1 week, and those officers receive an additional 40 hours of CIT training. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
Mr. Manager?
Yes, to the chair, to the council. I think what you're alluding to, there was a number of $50,000 added to the fire department's budget of training, and that was part of a contract agreement. It was about $100,000 or $150,000 from the deletion or cancellation of the horse program, the mounted units, that we took those dollars and we transferred it into their training budget to increase more training.
Dude, the horse
capacity
program,
and training
that's
programs
awesome.
for the-
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Chief Solicitor, the last time that we spoke about training, I had asked whether you were envisioning de-escalation and behavioral mental health mandatory training
character of some of our
all of
neighborhoods.
your department. I know you mentioned
But
that
I
that
think
would
we
be
lose the character.
logistically very difficult to implement. So my
Oh, yeah,
follow-up
wait,
to that
yeah,
question
fire.
is, can you remind us again, your specialized units, do they have mandatory behavioral health, mental health training and de-escalation, or is that optional?
Through the chair to the council, according to the Mass 2020 Police Reform Bill, de-escalation is part of training. All officers in the academy receive 16 hours of CIT training in the academy, and they can sign up for additional hours if they like. And again, there's a criteria. If you're going to be a CIT officer and take the 40-hour course, they want those officers to have, I believe, at least 5 years on the job. That way, they've already experienced different situations that can play within the role of the training. So you can't take, like this current class, we're going to be doing CIT training, but they're not going to get the certification because they can't go through that until they've been on the job for a few years.
Okay. The last time that we spoke, you had mentioned that in regards to the policies that you're implementing, that you had mentioned an email for the community to give feedback. Can you tell us whether you have received community feedback on policies that you have implemented? I don't know whether that email has been communicated to the public or what your outreach efforts have been. I'm just wondering what the result of that effort is.
Through the chair of the council, I personally haven't. I would have to check with the officers and officials who monitor that. I do not do that specifically by myself.
Okay. In regards to the social media policy, the last time I remember we had this conversation was in 2021. I believe that is the last date that the social media policy, as it stands, has been, at least on the website, it says 2021. Has there been any efforts to update the social media policy? I think you had mentioned that there was some effort to do that. I just haven't seen that and wondering what an update is.
Through the chair of the council, no, we have not taken a look at that.
I would like to make a motion to have the social media policy go through the same protocol that you have all of the other policies go through, and specifically to have the Chief Diversity Officer to assist with that. There was a recent article on the Globe regarding informants. I couldn't find any information in the line budget item how much we're spending, if any. Could you tell us anything about whether we're spending anything or whether this Globe report is just not accurate?
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, first off, all our policies, including our informant policy that I wrote, I believe, at least 10 or 12 years ago, is online, so I'm not sure what the Globe is talking about. As far as monies concerning informants and buying drugs in an undercover capacity, that is money that is seized through other investigations, it then goes to the district attorney's office, and the district attorney gives that money to the city where we have an account and we get X amount of dollars per month to use for drug buys.
Got it. I understand the source. Could you tell us what that number is?
Through the
Is
chair,
that reflected
through the
in the
chair of the
budget?
council, it depends. If we're gonna be doing a wiretap, it could be more. If I don't believe it's a standard number. When I was doing it in 2004, I think the number might have been $3,500 a month. So I'm not sure what that is right now.
Okay.
But that's called the Law Enforcement Trust Fund. So that's.
The Law Enforcement Trust Fund.
Through the chair, could
Oh,
you remind me
God.
how much more time I have?
You have
7 more
17 minutes?
Chief, what is the department's policy regarding turning off or muting body cams? When are officers allowed to do that or not allowed to do that?
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, if you're on scene, you get a phone call, or I'm calling somebody to get additional information from another officer, you can mute it. If there's something private, you're interviewing a victim of a sexual assault, you can mute it. So it all depends on the situation at hand.
But do we have a standard policy that outlines specifically and rigorously when police officers are not allowed to mute and/or shut off their body cams?
Through the chair of the council, there is a policy. It states that the camera should be on unless a discretionary matter takes place that you need to mute it. As I said, if I get a call from somebody, I don't want that going over the camera. Obviously, it's public record, and it could be whatever information, personal information, as far as a suspect, and we don't want that just floating around.
Great, thank you, Chief. In terms of, generally speaking, how much money have we spent so far on settlements? Or Mr. McGurthy, I don't know if you can give us a year-to-date.
That's awesome. What a good question to ask.
Through the chair, I would not have it broken down by police versus any other settlement.
Because it's just police.
Judgment's account has spent approximately $3 million.
Court judgment accounts
we lose the
specific
character.
to any department in the city, so it's not broken down?
It's through the chair, it's all encompassing for all departments. It's the law department's account by which they create settlements. They make settlements. It's their budgeted amount to settle.
Okay. The $600,000 line item on the public safety software, I'm assuming that refers to Hexagon, or is that something else? That's on page 38.
Hexagon. Let's go, Hexagon. He said 3 million.
Through the
Yes,
chair of the council,
he
that
did.
would be the ShotSpotter software, which is up, I believe, next year.
I see. So the increase from 572 to 618 refers to the ShotSpotter Connect, is that, or is it the subscription that's costing us more?
Through the chair of the council, April 26th, April of 2026, that contract will expire, and we anticipate a 5% increase.
Okay. And as far as Hexagon, you had mentioned the last time they were looking at a 12 to 18-month timeframe. In the meantime, how do you plan to collect and disaggregate data in the same way that we will when Hexagon is implemented?
Through the chair of the council, we're going to have to do it as we do now, basically manually. Our crime analysis unit does a lot of that work, but again, it's time consuming. We are getting a piece of software that's going to be part of Bureau of Professional Records, where they can use it to enhance their capabilities, but department-wide, the record management system, RMS, is a whole system that will touch every part of the police department.
Great, thank you, Chief. I had one more question, and that relates to where we are in regards to the racial equity audit implementation, as well as the DOJ report recommendations. You gave us your version of what you're doing and how you're responding. You also mentioned that there will be a dashboard where the community can see the progress. Are we to expect that dashboard to be available to the public anytime soon with regards to both the racial equity audit and the DOJ report?
Through the chair of the council, the equity dashboard has been formulated, and Kevin Levancy is running with that. I never said there would be a DOJ dashboard. I said there possibly could be a dashboard based on traffic stops. So it wouldn't be a whole DOJ thing. It would be traffic stops.
Through the chair, I didn't mean that you should have a DOJ report. I remember you saying in general, all the policies, whether they're stemming from the DOJ report or the racial equity audit, that there will be a mechanism through which the public can track them. So what I'm hearing you say is that the chief equity officer is only working on the racial equity audit. Should we expect to see policies stemming from the DOJ report included in that dashboard?
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, I can speak to it. The media team from my office is working on that right now, and in the website from the IT. Basically, it's in draft mode. It's for me to review right now, and then provide some feedback, and then hopefully we can then provide it to the public. We're, days if not weeks from just releasing it to the public. I know that council have asked for it, and so we want to be intentional about providing it to council, but also releasing it. So we're right there. It's just a matter of me reviewing the final touches to it, so then we can then approve it and go ahead.
Okay, that's good news. My last question to the administration. The last time that we spoke about the report, I had asked for the city to release all public settlements, depositions, testimonies. Do we expect to do that anytime soon?
Yeah, through the chair, we have, and then I've been talking to the law department.
We
We're gonna be
have?
releasing them. I think we provided them before to the media, so it's been made public
What?
through the media. But we're not
No,
opposed
all
to
of them.
submitting that. I know that the Human Rights Commission has asked for that as well, so we're not opposed to submitting that because we've provided it in the past.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Chief.
That's such an annoying
Thank you.
answer.
Councilor Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, Chief and command staff and men and women of the police department, thank you for what you do every day, putting yourselves out in the community, oftentimes
Fucking hell,
at
that's-
risk for your safety, without regard of yourself, and protecting folks in our community. I know that the folks that I've talked to that are out on the streets are, their heart and soul is in their job. They're there to try to help. I think the great success that we've seen and the reduction of homicides and shootings and et cetera are a direct result of policies and procedures that you've put into place. I do want to say that regarding the
Oh my God.
regarding the policies and procedures, those are very easily accessible online if you go to the city website, there's a link section right there under policies and procedures and Worcester Police Department rules and regulations. Everything is out there and very public.
Thanks for hanging out
and I
tonight,
appreciate
Noach.
that. I also want to say that the crime gun unit was an incredible addition. I think your crisis intervention training program is highly, I highly regard it. I think that it's important that
Base
we
this fucking
focus
bullshit on.
moving
doesn't-
forward
ISIS
on
event
ensuring
that
that
you highly regard it.
we continue to
Highly
improve,
regarded.
every day in the issues
It means
that
nothing.
affect our community. I appreciate the effort that you've made, Chief, on de-escalation, mandatory mental health training. And also, could you tell me briefly how it's working out with, on some calls, the social workers go out on the call? Could you please elaborate on that?
They discontinued that.
Through
Come
the
on.
chair of the
You-
council, that joint program has just been increased. I don't have the hours in front of me. I think we increased it by 8 or 12 hours, and they help out a lot. Again, we had that barricade
don't think
situation
that
last
that's
week.
true.
It was actually a CIT
They said the
officer
co-response has been
and
discontinued.
a clinician who was going to check up on that person. And were fired at or thought they were shot at. So again, they're out there doing it. The officers really appreciate the expertise that can be given, and whenever we can utilize that, we're going to.
Well, thank you. I think that that's a great example of you working to ensure that we recognize that not every call is just a police officer call, but working in tandem, it creates a safer environment for everybody. I do want to mention the fleet. I know that we've had in the past some difficulty with manufacturing, and I understand that. I don't think we've recovered from that. Could you elaborate on that for me, please?
Chief. Through the chair of the council, there is a gap in service.
Can you answer this
trying to get
extremely
vehicles. The
self-serving
problem
question
is,
I've teed up for you?
You know, if you look at our vehicle fleet.
Has anyone
just
discussed
marked
having the boat
cruisers
kids
alone,
build police
We
cars?
have 116 marked cruisers. 89 of those are for the patrol unit, the visible police officers you see on the street. If we look at those 116 vehicles, 89 patrol, 65% are good, 10% are fair, and 25% are poor. So what we're trying to do is turn over our fleet every year, not every year, but the recommended life expectancy of a vehicle, now we run them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, is 3 to 7 years. At our current rate, we just got 10 vehicles. The average the last 5 years has been 12. If we look at getting 12 vehicles a year, then it'll take us 19 to 21 years to turn over the fleet. If we were to get 25 vehicles, and I understand it's a lot of money, then we would be more in line with turning over the fleet every 9 years. So when you talked with the fire department about tape on seats and holes in that, we have that as well, but it's due to the usage of the vehicles. We need them out there.
So do most Worcester residents.
Again,
have
they
tape on their
run.
fucking seats.
I believe if under new manufacturing standards, 1 hour of idle time is equivalent to driving, I believe it's 33 miles. And our vehicles idle a lot, right? The officers are out in cold, heat,
Yeah.
and writing reports, what have you. The vehicles are
idle
always
a
running.
lot.
So that, becomes a lot of mileage, and we do have some vehicles that have over 150
They're
miles.
just sitting.
We actually have one vehicle, it's a 2005 LTD.
Wicked true,
Ford,
also something you
I
probably
believe is
shouldn't say out loud.
So,
Is that the one that our dear officer
Shut
who
up,
plays
you
the
idiot.
who plays the Officer Lovely? Is that his car?
through the chair of the council, that's correct.
That's what I thought.
But if, that's something we're trying to rectify. And when we put in for these vehicles, again, that goes to morale as well. There's nothing worse than sitting in a car for 8 hours. It's a total wreck. But
So
they're doing their best.
to that end, is there any funding out there that you've seen?
Getting pulled over for your race is probably comparable,
any
though, right?
state or federal funding or grants to help augment
Oh my God.
that? I know Senator Moore just was able to get us 80,000 for software improvements.
Oh, us. Interesting.
Do you know if there's anything for vehicles?
Senator Moore was just able to get us.
Through the chair to the council, I'm not familiar with that, but the vehicles nowadays, they're costing roughly $65,000 apiece. So it is a big item. Yeah, 'cause we're getting 10 for 650,000. So, yeah, that's nothing, and it's a huge expense.
Right, and we need double that, according to you, to keep it up. So that's certainly a challenge that we need to work on. And as you said, it impacts morale as well. And to that end also, do we have enough qualified mechanics in the department for the repairs?
Chief?
Through the chair of council, we did hire 2 additional mechanics, but as you can guess, again, these vehicles are in 24/7. There's a ton of maintenance that needs to be done on them to keep them up and running, so they're out straight.
Well, I'm sure they are. We probably could use 2 more.
Jesus
Going
Christ,
a little bit
Kate.
different.
Good fucking God, how embarrassing
I was wondering,
can
I
you
thought
be?
we were looking to promote 2 more captains, but did that not get in the budget this year?
Through the chair of the council, I asked for 1 additional captain, and no, that did not make it.
Because I think that's something that I think for me is a priority for this coming year.
Wonder why.
So I hope that gets put in the next one, or if we can find something somewhere to make it happen, that'd be great. Could you tell me a little bit more about what the funding that Senator Moore was able to access for us, what that's actually going to pay for?
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, that's mostly for the real-time crime center software upgrades, and there's additional capabilities that can be had that can enhance the time required to do any type of video investigation. So instead of looking for a person with a red shirt and blue jeans, this type of software can actually go through all of your camera systems and just pick out whatever you put in. Or, a girl in a baby stroller, and it would just pick that out, so you don't have to sit and watch 10 hours of video trying to figure out what's going on. And again, time is of the essence during any type of criminal investigation, and that would be a huge plus.
That certainly is a great addition. And I would imagine if there were, 3 people with a baby carriage throughout the city at the time, they'd pick up the 3 and you'd be able to determine, put the time in to figure out which one was the issue.
Is this
New Orleans,
for real
didn't
right
New
now?
Orleans just
It
get
would make a
in
lot more
huge
sense.
trouble for
So
doing
thank
this?
you again to Senator Moore for that.
Oh my
I
God.
appreciate his effort. And I just also want to state that
What's that movie where
the
Denzel Washington is
work that you
like
put into
in the crazy New Orleans,
addressing
like,
the equity audit
oh,
and
Deja
the
Vu.
DOJ
Deja
report.
vu, yeah.
where he's like
I know
in
that
the
that's all
like
ongoing, and you're continuing
the
to stay on
crazy
top of it.
technological cops.
And I appreciate all
And he's
the
just
efforts
riding the ferry
that you
around
have
being
put into
cool.
it.
Pretty
You
sick
and your
movie.
staff have been nothing but professional in regards to that. And I appreciate the men and women of the police department. And thank you for all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
God damn.
Anybody else? Councilor Ojeda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Come on, man.
Yeah, through the chair to the chief, I really appreciate the work that's been going on with the conversations in the communities. I know I had asked before, like what are some of the common themes that you're noticing and how you are addressing them? Is there some of them that you could share with us now, as far as the notes that they've been sharing with you?
Through the chair of the council, again, when these officers go out there, they write journal items, they give comments through the dispatcher, and a lot of those comments they say, the people said, hey, it was great you came around and talked to us. We're also looking at something that's going to be additional expense for the manager. But You can actually put within the body cameras it's a piece of software that will allow a text to go, when the officer leaves, the person they spoke with can text in to the officer and he or she can get feedback. It's something we're just looking at now. Again, there's so much technology.
I can slide right into the
There's
body
enough
cam
technology where
DMs.
we can do it as a translation service. So right through the body cam, you can.
Kathy Roy
you
is
can
going to be
do the
stoked.
translation. So those are things we're looking for in the future.
Dude, that video of Kathy Roy
So you
talking
said
to the
that
cop on
through the chair,
body
you
camera, he's
had
like, "What are you,
mentioned
Italian?"
that there will be 2 weeks off of the summer impact. Is that 2 weeks in a row, or is it going to be split up?
Through the chair of the council, it's going to be 2 weeks in a row, so we have enough monies to get us through the summer. And it usually starts out.
Cool if we could invest in like a plug-in for the body
when the
cams that
school gets out.
like cute
But
filters
from
on
my
everyone that they engage with.
experience, I know a lot
So
of
like
violence occurs
cops beating you up, like you got like cute
September
cat
and
ears or something on your head, or
So
like a
what I
little
wanna do
nose.
is filter that monies towards the end part of that as well to keep extra people out there.
So those 2 weeks will be added on towards that time of the year, towards the beginning of the school year, saying?
Through the chair of the council, sometimes we don't fill enough of the slots, so at the end, the budget analyst will give me feedback as we go through, and if we have additional monies, then we'll push it out further.
Okay, all right, thank you. One last thing, I think I would like to see, some of the other accomplishments that you have. I know there's the community engagement stuff, but more in detail, like the PAL League, the amount of kids that you guys are working with, what are the outcomes there? Some of the music and art programs that you guys have, and then also National Night Out.
Yeah, could you
those are
guys
the things that
could you give me like
would be
maybe
great
like a
to
little
see. I
bit
know
better
we're talking about some
propaganda
of the
to be
unfortunate,
talking
some of
around
the negative
because
things that go on.
it's not really
how you
working
guys
right
address
now.
them.
And
But it'd be really cool to see some of the positive impact that you guys are having. What are those numbers looking like? And, just put more of a positive spin on some of these outcomes that you guys are having versus just, again, focusing on some of the things that are going on, but not addressing or mentioning, again, those impacts that the PAL League and all those things are having. So I would like to see that probably next time around. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Motions to, Council Member Carlson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple of comments and a couple of
I
questions.
don't think I can listen to Candy. I think I gotta go, guys.
Just first, I want to start by
I gotta wake up in like
saying
5
how much I
hours.
appreciate
Yeah, dude. Do your
how
thing, man.
Forestdale Street was handled.
Have a great night.
I'm gonna go.
That was the same night as
I'm gonna go
the
smash my
Lincoln
head off the
Street
wall so I
neighborhood
can
meeting.
forget what
So,
all the
of
stuff
course,
Kate
as
said tonight.
everyone is going
Before I fall
to
asleep.
the meeting,
Yeah,
there
man.
certainly
I'll see you guys
was
later.
a
Yeah, dude,
display
see ya.
of the
Bye.
Worcester Police
Bye-bye.
Department in force. And again, just want to say how much I appreciate how that was handled and it worked out. The second thing that I want to talk about is that, for the Lincoln Street neighborhood, and I'm talking Lower Lincoln Street, and certainly, Chief, you know this, the mayor knows this, and certainly the manager knows this. They've gone through some pretty challenging times, and knock on wood that this year here, it's been much better this year here. But that's a neighborhood who continually talks about how happy they are that they finally got Shot Spotter. So I just,
Who-
need to say that because I know often
There is not a normal person
talk about
on
Shot
this
Spotter
earth
and it's,
who cares
all these different
about
things.
ShotSpotter.
But I think that they
It's
need
so
to go and
crazy how
spend a
corrupt
little
this
bit
shit
of
is.
time in these neighborhoods to know what ShotSpotter means to a lot of the folks who live in these neighborhoods. So, just really wanted to share that. And I like the idea of you putting the offices on the streets, because that certainly has proven to be much more beneficial, and it's also much more interactive and engaging with people. At least in my district, people are happy about it. There is one thing that, I do want to share, and I've shared this with the city manager, and I did have a brief conversation with you, is, these neighborhood meetings, they're well-established, most of them, especially those that are in my area. And one thing that people really have a tough time with, and I understand that sometimes there needs to be changes, but I really would encourage this administration, and I say this about, inspectional services. Oftentimes, they continue to rotate people in and out. So the trust factor certainly isn't there. And again, Brown Square, one of the oldest neighborhood associations in the city. When we talk about Lincoln Street, and to have them switched out, it's just not good dynamics for these neighborhoods, because again, people begin to have, they have their relationship with these people, and again, that's where the trust factor comes in. And I really think that we should look at this in a meaningful way, because it is impactful for those who are at these neighborhood meetings to have those relationships with the people who are in that room. And I think it's great that the root offices come in, but quite frankly, I think we all know that for most of the folks that are in these neighborhood meetings, they don't have the relationships with those root offices. Who they have a relationship with is the man or woman who comes there every single week. And I watched just in the last month a couple of neighborhood groups that, quite honestly, are not very happy because they had somebody who they had a great relationship with, and for them, things were working great. And, I know that we had this conversation, but I really think that, we should look at, moving people unless we really have to move people. And, I know that, and again, this has nothing to do with the new guy coming in, Sean Lovely coming down to Lakeview. It has nothing to do with the incoming individual, because they're great people as well. But I, do and did have to mention that because the presidents of the different neighborhood associations shared their displeasure with what had happened. So
This is
again,
the big pressing
just,
issue with the police, right?
want to say thank you for
Which cop
what
shows
you
up
do
to
every
the
day,
neighborhood
and
watch
the men and
meetings that
women in the
Katie's friends
Worcester
go
Police
to, and
Department.
whether or not they personally know that
Certainly,
officer.
I appreciate
Whether he's
all
handsome.
that's done. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Council Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we attend the neighborhood crime watch meetings, it's always apparent to me that, with the exception of very few people that might show up with a predisposition against the police department, the overwhelming majority of people, especially when they engage with the Worcester Police Department, are usually more than satisfied with not only their performance, but the interaction between them. Which leads me to a comment and a question. So through the chair to the chief, I understand and really appreciate the idea of having officers go out into the streets 30 minutes or so a day and interact with people. Again, I think the overwhelming amount of people, when they interact with the men and women of the Worcester Police Department, understand and respect the position they're in and the job that they do. I mean, I saw it myself, and a number of my colleagues were at the Civilian Police Academy a few years ago. I think there was 5 of us on this council there, and amongst everyone else, you know, I had an opportunity to observe maybe 30 or so people, and clearly there were people there that I'm sure, from my observations, had some doubts about the Worcester Police Department, had some concerns, and by the end of the 10 weeks or so of that Civilian Police Academy, I think many, if not all, those doubts and concerns were alleviated. So it brings me to my question. My question is, has there been any further thought, I know we've discussed in the past, about trying to establish precinct police stations in the various 5 districts of the city of Worcester? Because along the line, through the chair of the police chief, along the lines of the concept of mingling 30 or so minutes a day, is the powerful impact having a substation in the different districts could have, and people getting to know each other and developing the kinds of good relationships I've mentioned. So through the chair of the police chief, I know it's not in this year's budget, that's clear, but is there any interest going forward to try to establish something like that?
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, absolutely. A couple years back, I was part of the reorganization where we broke down our
These budget hearings
sectors
are like,
into precincts.
is there any way we can give you
with
more
the
money? And the chief's like,
forethought of doing
you
that
sure
in the future.
can. You sure
I'm
can
not
give
sure
us
how
more
long it
money.
will take. As you know, our building's from 1975. It's in disrepair. It's,
Some of our
I don't
neighborhoods.
wanna get into that. But it would be an advantage to do that into the neighborhoods. That'd be a great thing. We have, you know, we're budgeted 470 officers. We have civilian personnel,
character of some of
so
our
that
neighborhoods.
encompasses approximately 545 employees. So I'm not sure how you could figure that out as far as cars and whatnot, because all our cars get switched right at the central location. There's a way of doing it, but again, it's going to be a big impact. Tim's smiling over here, but that would be a huge, huge impact, but that's the way to go.
Okay, no, I
Through the chair, there is money in the capital budget for the police headquarters improvements.
Well, I think through the chair, I don't think it's only about the fact that the police station on Lincoln Square is in need of a lot of repair or need of a new building. I understand that. I think we all do. I think, to me, it's more of a question of getting people into the various neighborhoods so that the interaction isn't only a negative one. It's always much more of a positive one. And again, my example is I see it on a regular basis through the crime watches, Civilian Police Academy, and generally on the streets. When people have a chance to engage, I think it's a better relationship altogether. And I think the chances of that type of engagement are better with precinct or district substations moving forward with a lot of thought and, of course, a lot of potential questions on how to properly budget for that and man and woman power for that. But at the end of the day, I hope it's something we continue to look at doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else? Motions to approve? Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to start with a bit about mental health. So, as many people have heard over the years, I've got 30 years of experience in the field, master's degree. I'm an expert as relates to clinical matters and trauma. And I certainly appreciated the AP position that's dedicated over at the fire department. I know that here in this particular budget, there are senior stress coordinators, I guess, a couple, and I'm not sure if that's the equivalent, but I do want to say that, you know, anything we can do to support police mental health makes us for a safer, more responsive city with increased capacities. You know, I also know that there's Offer Wellness software. So years ago, last couple, probably 2, 3 fiscal budgets in a row, I had talked about, and just so the public understands, we only have the ability to cut money as councils here in the city. We can't add. We can encourage the city manager to move money around. Even after this finance hearing, we still have to vote on the budget. when it comes to council. So part of this, when you hear people talking, is about them putting the manager on notice about things we'd like to see accommodated with additional dollars or a future budget. So that being said, going back, I had asked for, and it was approved by this council unanimously, some sort of surveying of law enforcement as relates to officer wellness. I have also come across software that allows for that very thing, and it ensures confidentiality. It's a model that's research-based, that's extremely helpful. So I would like a report back on, receptivity to that sort of thing. Perhaps, and the question of the chair is, are those two positions I mentioned, senior stress coordinator, is that something different, or is that a clinical position through the chair?
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, that's actually one position, but
Oh, okay.
something new this year, $65,000 item, is we're going to have a 24-hour emergency callback and crisis intervention service. So this service is going to be unscheduled CISMs, so critical incident stress manager. If an officer goes on a call and it's deemed critical incident, then we have the capability of not only calling a person 24/7, but having that person in the building during the week. We're going to have a person in the building 4 to 6 hours a week that's going to provide individual counseling services and attend monthly meetings with the peer support team for training and supervision. Worcester Police Department also provide a space for the clinical sessions that provide confidentiality to the staff. So again, 24/7 response to critical incidents that include but are not limited to telephone consultation, unscheduled CISM defusings, which is something that happens right after an incident, and scheduled debriefings, which happens usually a couple days afterward. We're also going to have first priority intake of the residential program at a certain location that will be an intake for hospitalization and off-hour communication with peer support unit staff. So this is a new thing altogether we're doing for the health and wellness of our officers.
Appreciate that. I've been championing that for many years. My question to the chair is, as it relates to, the 24-hour servicing, I'll call it, what impact does that have on the officer moving forward in the moment? Is that something where they're in it for 24 hours? I'm assuming the briefing is optional at some point to some degree. But, what does that entail? Like, if they enter into some sort of clinical, outside of residential, clinical treatment, does it impact their assignment? Does it impact, to what degree they are a fully sanctioned officer in terms of all duties, all equipment, firearms, et cetera, through the chair?
Through the chair of the council, again, this is 100% confidential between the stress coordinator or within the peer counseling and whomever is contacted for this. At that time, that officer, if they need to go to a residential program, then they just go. And when they come back, their assignment isn't lost, nothing's lost from what they previously had. And again, we encourage people to come forward and speak. Years ago, when we went to a critical incident, you just went to the next call. Now the supervisors take those people off the street, bring them in, and they call within that CISM community to do a diffusion. We just had one a little while ago. I'm trying to remember the incident, but it's very, very beneficial.
Thank you. And could you define critical incident? So we can
Car
understand.
accident, multiple fatalities,
Okay.
people shot, you're doing CPR on a baby, just the most horrific things you can think of that our officers face every single day. And again, I
What was
say it all
that?
the time.
CPR on a baby?
Every cop after a certain amount of time is going to have some type of PTSD because that's what you do. You are out there for 32 years go into those calls, and it's going to affect you. So this is 100% instrumental to the health of our officers, and I'm glad that we're going that route instead of where we were 10 years ago.
Yeah, I think that's good. It's only going to promote a cultural wellness within
I
the
think
department.
that's good.
And I also think it makes for more reliability, for law enforcement with the community, more of an aptitude for that. Nothing's guaranteed, right? But Mr. Chairman, again, I'd like for a motion to explore wellness software, because there's other triggers, right? If you've been out on a call, like you mentioned, there might be something that triggers that's maybe minor by other accounts, 5 years later, 5 months later, 5 days later. So that would be my motion. In addition to that, Mr. Chairman, through the chair, as it relates to promotions and the like, I remember in the equity audit, there were some concerns that way listed in the audit that was disputed by the department. But my question to the chair is, as it relates to some of these things, do you have a system of performance evaluations for the folks in your administration, officers, and frontline police?
Through the chair to the council, right now they take a standard civil service test, and whatever however you fall on that exam is how you get promoted.
Okay.
So I know the unions are negotiating with the city as far as performance evaluations for overall performance, not just promotion.
Yes, I also meant for overall performance. So currently, there's nothing in place to evaluate anyone on a yearly basis. How do you assess the officers' abilities to do the job on a yearly basis? Supervisor, officer, deputy chief, whatever the case might be.
Chief?
Through the chair to the council, it depends what rank you are, but the most crucial for, obviously, patrol officers is the sergeant. The sergeant's like the quarterback of the team out there. They're out there, they go on calls with them. They get called for backup. They hear the radio, they go to the calls, they know what officers are doing, what they're supposed to do. As you get higher up in rank, I like to look at it as, what do you do as far as moving the department forward, right? You can be a negative officer or you can be a positive officer that's going to bring something to the table. And everybody can tell the difference.
What happens
who's
to the
doing
negative
what.
officers?
So a lot of it's word of mouth.
Do
You
they
know
get,
the person, it's
Your job's at the union.
You know who's a go-getter and who's going to be a good person to promote based on that.
Lose the character of some of
And
them. You
also
lose
know
the character of
person
some of
that just wants to sit back and may never want to get promoted, and that's fine. But, when you get into a leadership role, you have to be able to produce.
Thank you. As far as, I don't know what you call it.
What does
in
produce
city,
mean?
But I know in the state we have step raises.
Numbers.
Like that.
What numbers?
With you folks?
Could juke the stats, Bill.
Come
on.
It seems like if you want to, it should be more like
my
golf
role on the state
for the
side-
cops, where you want less
Excuse me, the
numbers.
wire.
Discipline, or if you're
Where
put
people
on,
get promoted if they
last
rack up
chance
more
agreement,
numbers.
or
Doesn't that mean
if
that they're
there's a
like they're
deficiency,
looking
but I
for
guess
more
there's no
crime?
evaluation really yearly,
If
but if there
crime is the numbers,
could
that's crazy.
impact
That's
your
really
ability
crazy. I don't know.
until that's corrected to receive COLAs and to receive increases in pay, et cetera. Is there any of that in the collective bargaining agreement or?
Through the chair of the council, no. It does any type of situation where it's not going to affect any type of monetary enhancements you're going to get, especially through a COLA. But step increases, you just go according to.
He's a
your
patrolman,
numbers.
Camber.
Been on the
So
job.
he's the head of the patrolmen's union.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
And then
Mr.
there's
Mayor,
the
thank
officers
you. Through the
union,
chair to the
and then there's
council.
the superiors
We
officers
do not have a
union.
system
They're all
currently
represented by their
right
own
now
ranks.
that prohibits from getting the step or COLA increases based
step,
on
not COLA,
based
yeah.
on discipline.
Yeah.
But that's just not applicable to the police. It's applicable to all City of Worcester employees.
Okay.
And that's where, since I've come on, one of my priorities is to try to implement a performance evaluation process for all employees. And that's something that we've been able to negotiate with the unions to start the conversation and discussion of implementing that. But again, it's across every union leadership and also every non-union employee, something that we currently don't have as a city.
Yeah, I look forward to that. I think it's important that people, get their praise during their yearly evaluation for what they do well. If there's additional trainings they're going to, if they're meeting the mark. And I think it's also important in terms of accountability and transparency for folks to have that as well, and it would increase morale per the research. Mr. Chairman, I certainly heard about the 30 minutes walking per shift, and I'll have some questions on that. I think it should be more. I think 30 minutes is really the floor of all of that. But before we go there, it was mentioned that by retirement, resigning, or folks passing away, there's been a number of officers. I think 106 was mentioned at one point. Had left over a period of time. The number of folks left from 1994 was mentioned. If you could just share what the numbers are for folks transferring in, and if someone transfers in, I'm wondering, and you're not going to have this answer, but I'm wondering what the cost analysis is of that. So if you could share, folks coming in from other departments, what do those numbers look like, and what's the fiscal impact?
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, again, we want to keep within our complement. It's a rarity right now to have somebody actually transfer in, because the chief of the other department needs to sign off on somebody doing a lateral transfer, and it also becomes a civil service. The new guidelines set forth in the civil service reform allows 20 officers to basically transfer without the chief's approval. So with the
20 per
20 per, I believe it's per year.
In the whole state?
Per class.
Or, oh, okay.
No, in the city.
Okay.
So if we're going to do a class of 45, we can take 20. The problem with that is it's almost like being in the every department's out there now marketing their department, trying to recruit people. So, and that's what they're doing. They're going out there. So I can now take a person from Millbury, bring them over here, and then you create them as being civil service, even though they didn't take the exam. So that's going to be interesting. We may get some people, but we're going to lose people. I'm hearing a couple guys are applying to Auburn. I'm hearing a couple people are applying to Charlton.
Okay. Do we know the numbers coming in over the last year or so regarding transfers in? Has there been any?
That's it. Through the chair of the council, there's been 3. I believe 2 came from Clark University, and 1, I believe, is from UMass.
Okay, but not from another local police department?
Through the chair of the council, no. And those officers took the civil service exam and were on it within that list, and that allowed them to come over.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason I ask is, I hear about this, the folks who may be leaving or in the process of leaving or who have left. And I happen to know some officers in other cities and towns that would love to have the opportunities that are afforded to people here. They don't have them in their town. There may not be any overtime, maybe no details, there's no clubs, there's no construction going on. So that was the spirit of that question, because I know a lot of folks that have expressed interest. Thank you very much. That being said, I wanted to move on to just a comment regarding the numbers, and I've said this every year. We had an increase in I think shootings a year ago or so, or murders. Now it's down a little bit. And again, I will always say to focus on our relationship with the community, our consistency in operations, and our ability to hold ourselves accountable in this department and in all departments, because the numbers will fluctuate. We're moving towards increased times of difficulty in terms of the economy and more, so we can anticipate, upticks here and there. Mr. Chairman, I had a question on the cadet staff program. Is that program still going? It indicates here that fiscal 25, we were 156,000 or so, and there's nothing for this year's budget. What's the update on the cadet program through the chair? Is that like a
Chief?
grants program or something?
Through the chair of the council, that program is no longer in effect.
Can you elaborate? I thought we were looking, we were really looking at hopeful about that program.
Through the chair of the council, I believe everybody that was in that program, there may only be one, possibly two, that actually made that transition. And prior to that program starting, it was a lot more difficult to get on this job. Since then, if you are a resident and you get preference and you take the exam and you do not have a criminal record, you have a very good chance of getting on the Worcester Police Department. It's just, you know, we used to have thousands of people taking the exam. I believe 256 Worcester residents took the last one. We used to have thousands. So it's...
K2 used to take it every year.
It's not as difficult to get on.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, I think in addition, part of the conversation of figuring out the cadet program, we also try to look at ways to enhance community engagement and recruitment efforts, and that's why the addition of another diversity officer was put in place to help us to do better recruitment, to find ways to get into the schools and other areas to get folks, because what we saw was the efficacy of the program was not as impactful to the young people who were there, but rather so we saw that we would have a better impact through recruitment efforts to try to bring people into the department. And also, like the chief mentioned, there's been a lot of reforms and changes in policy from civil service, from the state all the way down, that allows for better flexibility in the way we recruit individuals to the department.
You know, I've come across a number of kids in my professional life under the age of 23, 18 to 23, that are interested, you know, in some sort of a program, you know, like this. You know, I hope we can take a look at that again at some point. Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna get into overtime in a second. I had a question about the software. So I think my colleague mentioned this. It looks like it's an increase, was it like 48,000 or so?
Yeah, that's right, Chris. Nature is
Page
healing.
38 for public safety software. What is that increase attributed to, other than just the price increase?
Hexagon.
Or is that just what?
Hexagon, folks. We figured out how to give the Swedes even more money.
That's why I know your camera was freaking out on you, Bill, but that's why I was so confused by here in the fire department is also having a hard time recruiting. Like, it is a lot of fucking money in a city where it's not really easy to make a lot of money. And probably the lowest for entry for that kind of price point for money.
Yeah,
I mean,
it went from...
I'm too old to wrap my head around the 10 million ways that, like, young folks might not want to be cops, but, like, I think people still like firefighters. I mean, having to wear skirts at funerals is probably weird for some people, but...
Well, doesn't that just mean, like, the current firefighters are, like, running out of cousins?
What's the increase for?
But that's and I think that's just
that's kind of how hiring in fire department and EMS and stuff
100%.
Yeah.
And I've said this to a bunch of folks, like, across all sectors of public safety in Worcester,
So
that, like,
600,000.
it blows me away that they don't, it should be mandated in Worcester. Like,
almost 620.
to graduate from high school, you sit down and just take a seminar on how, like, just someone comes in and explains civil service to you. Like, if you're not going to college next year, there's a test to take, and in 18 months, you'll be making $75,000 a year, or whatever the number is. It's,
but then there's some.
but what you said is
excess
just it,
built in
because
there
you,
because it is going out to bid, and there wasn't.
sure, like what role it's not as much overtime and whatnot, but it's still like game changing for families. That, like, if my grandfather wasn't a firefighter, like, his kids wouldn't have gone off to college, and I wouldn't be sitting here doing this stream for you now. It was like somebody like just talked him into the idea of, like, oh, you should go try out for this job, and that changed the trajectory for a bunch of poor Irish folks, however many decades ago.
To bid and be able to continue this program.
So, you know, I will encourage you not to sign that contract. I would encourage you to get research research on the efficacy of ShotSpotter. I like to make it by the way of motion as well as
Yeah,
to,
fire is very much more like the family
locations
business side of
that
public
did away with
safety.
ShotSpotter,
Yeah.
and they call it whatever they call it. There's different names, but that's sort of intelligence with regards to its efficacy. You know, I know we'd heard from folks regarding the neighborhood groups being happy and feeling safe because of ShotSpotter, and I would say that's a false sense of security. There's certainly possibility that it could be helpful, you know, and it has been helpful in some degree. But again, without getting into it, I'd like a report back, you know, on both sides of the matter. Maybe that's something the Research Bureau could do so we can get an unbiased report. I'm not sure. But I would like something like that, Mr. Chairman, by way of a motion. The tech equipment lease, that's also, is that body cameras, 615,000? Mr. Chair?
Through the chair of the council, it's correct.
Okay. And just the veterinarian cost, it went from 80,000 to 120,000. I thought we got rid of the horses, we'd be less. I mean, how many dogs do we have? Like, what is that? What's that money for?
Through the chair of the council, it's for animal control.
120 for, I don't, what? Is that the positions or
So-
is that something else?
Through the chair of the council, we also have 6 canine dogs.
Yep.
That's incorporated in that. And right now, we're having a difficult time with our animal control as far as housing these animals. People just let them go in the street and we find them and we have to do something with them. So our bill has increased with that as well.
And that's for veterinarians that we employ? Or just,
Through the chair, no,
120,000.
those are outside vendors, contracted services.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Just want to get into body cam stipends. I thought we had got rid of that. Maybe I misunderstood. It looks like in last year's budget, there was $0 on page 44 and page 45 indicates there's 84,500 recommended this year for body cameras, and then on page 45, $0 approved last year in fiscal 25, and there's $285,000 or so, give or take a couple hundred. You know, that's you know, close to 400,000. Basically, can you kind of share what, I thought that we were done with that, through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair of the council, that body-worn camera stipend exists every year for any of those officers who originally signed within the contract was signed January 1st, 2023. So any officers that were on the job then that wore a body camera or within that year get $1,300. If you come on the job after that, you don't get that. So it's retroactive to those officers that were working January 1st, 2023.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council. Also, this is only to the patrolmen's union. That's the only union that we settled on a contract related to a stipend. The officials union bypassed the idea of a stipend as part of their overall package. So the union body, the 9/11 officers, the patrolmen, they're the only ones who have the $1,300 stipend.
Interesting.
And how come it wasn't in last year's approved?
You're telling me
fiscal
Thomas
25
Duffy's union
budget?
still has the stipend to
Through
wear the
chair,
body cameras? That's
The
great.
contract agreement and the funding was in contingency, well, the funding was in contingency in FY '24, and then was brought in during the course of the year. So that's why you see the zero
sense.
actually in '25, and then the full funding, because it's now in the departmental budget.
That makes sense. Mr. Chairman, to the administration, from what I recall, I think I'm not sure if the word perpetuity was in there or not. I thought this was we could phase this out by discretion. If you could just share what the language is around that. You know, I'm not quite sure what I understood in the beginning where perhaps people on board and they're getting trained or whatever in the beginning of the pilot. And I didn't really agree with that either. However, what is the off-ramp here, through the chair? Is there an off-ramp?
Mr. Manager, or?
Through the chair to the council, again, this is a change in work conditions, and through their contract negotiations, this was the accepted contract.
Oh, my God.
Therefore, there is no off-ramp. This is what they get every year if you were involved January 1st, 2023.
To the chair of the council, so, correct, so from what I recollect, any new recruits after the day that we settled do not get the $1,300.
Right, and through the chair, but that would mean that any new contracts coming out could be negotiated out, is that right?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. Any new contracts, all of that is for
Right,
discussion.
right, okay. Thank you. I hope to see that phased out at some point. It's a lot of money for stipends for body cameras. As it relates to overtime, regular overtime.
Yeah, we gave
looks
him the
like
store
it's
to wear the
stable.
accountability camera that,
Specialized team
like,
training, summer patrol. If you
doesn't
could just share the
actually provide
Shannon
any
grant, are we
accountability.
is that being applied at all to
Get
summer
a closer
patrols?
view
Is
of
there any
watching the
grants,
cops do things you can't stop them
that
from
go
doing.
towards that? It's $454,000. Through the chair.
Through the chair to the council, that 454 is for summer impact. We do not receive any grants. any
That's right
sharing.
out of our budget. And so that's anyone that does that, is that overtime through the chair?
Through the chair to the council, that's correct.
Okay. So just a question regarding some of the overtime as it relates to summer impact. By how many officers are we increasing per sector on the streets? Is it additional? Like how many per day or per night? Like what are we looking at?
Through the chair of the council, it's approximately 18 to 19, 14 being patrol officers. They're deployed according to our crime analysis unit, where we believe a spike in crime has been occurring. The first part of that 8-hour tour, they do on foot. So 3 to 4 hours are on foot. They then go into vehicles and patrol.
And that's in
That's
Hot
Shot
spots.
Spotter Connect. That's the
for lack of
AI.
a better term.
Through the chair of the council, correct. Wherever there's a problem area, an influx of calls, that's where we'll put them.
There's $10,000 for John Stings. I thought, how often are we doing those? Because I don't recall seeing that before in the budget or on and off in the budget to the chair.
Through the chair to the councilor, John stings are basically what it says when you target the males trying to solicit prostitutes on the street. So depending on how many complaints we get is when they do those.
Was that in last year's budget? I don't. It was same amount. Okay, and we used it all. Okay. All right. Yes. If you could just share transfers for overtime that came into the department by council or otherwise.
Mr. McGurthy?
Through the chair, are you asking about transfers into the overtime budget in
Yes.
FY25? Through the chair, at this point, there have been no transfers into the police overtime budget. We anticipate there may be a relatively small transfer by the end of the year, but at this time, they are largely within the original budget.
Okay, so is there any other transfers that came into the department?
Through the chair, there was a $55,000 transfer into OM and a $525,000 transfer into salaries.
Okay. All right. Contract.
To the chair to the council, the 500,000 salaries is really due to the contracts,
Okay.
bargaining units.
Okay, and I want to go to translation interpretation on page 39. There's a total of $3,000, which isn't a ton of money. We have a lot of needs here in the city. Through the chair to the administration, if you could share the recommendations from the Human Rights Commission as it relates to translation, and if this is part of that incorporation through the chair. What were their recommendations? I know it's been a couple of years they've been recommending stuff regarding translation through the chair.
Through the chair of the council, actually, translation, interpretations, transcription services. So
On page 39?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything that comes as far as.
Got it.
Translation is paid for by the city, so the department doesn't pay for that.
What about translators? Do we have that? I mean, I'm assuming we don't have full capacity for all the languages in the city. Is there a contract that an RFP go out? What are we doing as it relates to Portuguese, as it relates to Punjabi, et cetera?
Through the chair to the council, one of the things that we've done is that any translator services that any department's request is really managed by the equity office. And so you would see any expense by the equity office. So you would see any expenses related to any of that through that department. But typically we tried to streamline and centralize the process, because what we were seeing was many departments were requesting at many different levels. And some departments were paying much more than others, recruiting or bringing in other vendors at a much higher cost. So we try to centralize that through the equity office so that we could have some consistency in terms of vendors and also our ability to manage the funds. So the equity office is the one that's currently managing all language services for the city.
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be helpful if it's going to stay in that budget. And it's hard to chase these things, but if it's going to stay in the diversity office budget, that it's broken down by department. It's important that we know what our capacity is, particularly on acute matters, crises, critical responses, et cetera. Mr. Chairman, I'd make that by way of a motion. I don't see any line item in here for BOPS. Do we know how much we spend on that division? And I know we don't evaluate performance of anybody in that division. How much are we spending on that division, or is there a line item I missed?
Chief?
Through the chair of the council, there is no line item for BOPS.
Okay.
If they need to do an investigation that entails overtime, then they just utilize overtime.
Okay. I would just like a report back, Mr. Chairman, on that unit. And, you know, what's the workload? What are the nature of, you know, the number of concerns brought and upheld? I know that's presented often. It even comes to us at council sometimes over the years, you know, what that looks like. But I would really like, you know, an idea of what that budget looks like. You know, I think that would be helpful as well. Mr. Chairman, as it relates to some of the overtime, you know, in summer impact, the 4 hours that people are, I think you said 4, right? 4 hours for summer impact, 2 to 4 or 4.
Chief? Through the chair of the council, it's 8 hours.
8 hours.
4 hours walking.
4 hours walking. Is there anything that prevents folks from going above, in that particular sector, from going above 30 minutes in the community out of their car? Or is that just a low bar they can do?
Through the chair of the council, those are two different items.
Right.
Right, so you have summer impact, they're gonna do it until it's, they start at 6 at night, so we don't want them walking footbeats at 2 in the morning.
Okay.
As far as officers, they are running call to call, so to get 30 minutes in, some days they can't. Again, we're down, you know, approximately 45 people. So we have a lot of open routes, and officers have to do double the work most days.
Thank you.
We've been down
as it relates to crime
this
analysis.
entire year. We've been down.
One of my concerns has been with
officers,
regards to
and
whatever the second part
crime's
of ShotSpotter
gone
was.
down.
I can't remember what it's called. Well, it's not even ShotSpotter anymore, but whatever it's called, the projective aspect to it. You know, I've always had a concern with respect to people power
Clearly,
and
crime is
that
hiding.
perhaps with the
And we need
AI
more
and what
officers
have
to be
you,
prepared for when the crime
impacting,
rears its ugly head again.
the actual
Yeah,
analysis.
Crime
that
is
we
in
have.
a
Through the
slumber
chair,
because it
you
knows there
mentioned
aren't
something
enough
related
cops
to
to be
looking
brave.
at video cam, body cam footage and stuff that
And it needs a
potential,
challenge.
Technology that can make the work more streamlined and quicker. Can you speak to the crime analysis piece?
5.25 hours. Is that how long we've been doing this?
At the
Wow,
numbers
look at
that we're doing.
Is that for
crime
real?
analysis
Yeah.
be able to do other things? Are you looking to downsize
all right.
that unit?
This is
I've
ridiculous.
been just concerned.
The sun was bright and
overall, not just
shiny
with this
when I
department,
came
just
on
in the
with you
world.
still.
You going to McDonald's, there's no one to talk to. What is that looking like through the chair?
Through the chair of the council, if anything, I'd like to
I'm going to tell you
increase
too,
that
man. When you have the sun
Information
behind
is
you
key.
while streaming,
Our
I'm
deployments are
far less
based
paranoid
on what they
about
tell
like
us every
someone
Thursday
trying
in
to
our
pull off a
meetings.
hit on Bill.
They also, if
It
I
just
need
seems to
something
chipper
for a
back
couple
there and
of
whatnot. But
reports,
once it gets dark,
then
whew,
I'll call the
Yeah,
crime
you'd really be
analysis
able to
unit,
see a red light
tell
and
them
you
what
go,
I
"My
need,
cat, little
and they'll
cat toy?"
produce a
Go
report.
get it.
So they're very instrumental in everything we do.
Thank you. And the GBD task force, that's money coming into the department from Alex Corrales and them folks? That's money coming in.
Ms. McGurthy?
Through, through the chair of the council, that's correct. It's the Great Brook Valley. They have an officer down there, I believe, 8 hours a day. Usually it's the same officers that work in there, so their familiarity with the location and the people is a good thing. They've had it probably for 25, 30 years.
One
Can't
last
find it.
question to the chair. As relates to looking at body cam footage. and
Brendan, I think
reflecting,
I'm
et
ready to
cetera,
wrap it up right after they move
prior
on
to
from
the
the police, if
positions
you are.
in the
I would
law
love to do that
department,
with you.
did
I
you guys do
cannot
your own
do this
redacting?
anymore.
Like, how did that work through the chair?
Through the chair of the council.
Can we autopilot the
those
stream?
positions in a lot of
Are we
department were
responsible for anything that
created
happens if we
once
just
went
set her on
board.
cruise control?
We can
There
just,
may have
yeah,
been
we
a
can just, we
slight
could stop
delay,
right now if we wanted to.
and we would
And
have
trust
to
me,
do
I've
it,
been
but we have
thinking
nothing
about
to
it.
do with that now.
Okay.
My ears hurt from wearing these headphones.
Equity audit and DOJ.
Someone unplugged something.
To the chair, to the city manager.
Accidentally.
Can you identify where in the budget there's disbursements or allotments or projections to meet the recommendations of those two reports through the chair?
We will see the assassin Bill doesn't see behind him.
Yeah, through the chair to the council, there's no
that's true.
specificity in terms of what line items in this budget.
You'll
can
be like,
directly
"Bill, turn
pertain."
around." I'll go,
I
"What?"
think there's a combination of things that are happening
Samurai
in this
sword
department.
through
whether
the
software
center of my
investments,
chest.
training components, further review and analysis of different task forces being put together to review either policies or the gang, the gun unit, etc. So it's a combination of things happening within the budget. There's no specific line items that I could identify, but I know that a lot of the work that they're implementing related to the equity audit or the DOJ, it's really embedded into the overall department's allocations in their day-to-day line items.
Thank you. To the chair, as it relates to the vacancy factor, can you give me an idea of the average over the last 3 fiscal years? I'm looking for savings.
Eric, what does that mean? I don't know.
I've asked this question to all departments, but if you could speak to that. I know it was 400,000 2025, 661 is projected. This year.
You know what, Brendan? Let's just call it now.
On average over the
you
last
think?
4 years, through the chair.
All right, everybody.
Mr. McGurthy?
Through the chair, we'd have to
Was
compile
it?
that.
So what were you
That's
saying,
something
Brendan?
we'd have on hand.
I don't remember.
Can you tell me the fiscal 23 and fiscal
I
24?
I can't do it anymore. I can't do it. I just simply
Yeah.
Through the
cannot.
chair, no, we could tell you FY25 to date. I
I
think.
see that.
Yeah, this is excruciating.
Okay.
It's a
You
good
didn't
way to
have
do
what
it.
that was in those 2 years.
Usually we're completionists, but today I just can't. I just can't do it.
Well, it sucks, man, because it's we know what's happening here, right? Like everybody's going around the horn,
The
filling
last
in.
thing is,
This is like a stump speech for campaign season.
It's just a yeah. It's just a.
I'm looking forward.
It's a
to
total
the
waste of time
audit on
because
overtime
the council
across
doesn't do anything with the
departments.
budget.
I think there's, as I
But it does
mentioned,
get the cops to say
on the
interesting
fire
things. Like
and
I have
in
made
the
notes with
emergency
timestamps of
communications.
things
I
that are
think
interesting
there
to
may
pull
be
back
some
out
cost savings that we
later.
can find for
Yeah.
next
But-
fiscal year there.
It's a lot of
you know,
time to
and-
be
and,
hearing this shit for a
I
couple
think we're
interesting
going to be
nuggets.
tightening the budget more and
You
more as
know?
we go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't feel obligated.
Thank you,
Chris.
Council Bergman.
Thank you, Mr.
I want to
Chairman.
leave now.
Briefly,
So
through the chair
thank you
to the-
everyone
to
for
the
tuning in.
chief, there was some
It's been lovely. It's
conversation
been
about
fun.
shot
Thanks for
spotter
coming,
a
Brendan.
few moments ago.
Hi,
I'd
thanks
like
for
to
having me.
ask you,
This is
Mr.
fantastic.
Chair,
we
what
will,
advantages you see.
Oh
in
yeah,
having
Trouble.
that
That'd be fun. I need to get better at it though,
Through the
so
chair of the
you're not just
council,
watching me like mess up a million
Especially
times.
since creating
And
the crime gun
YouTube
analysis unit.
how to do things.
They can follow
So,
up now.
once I get
every
there, once I get to
single
that
shot
point.
spotter call. And we've made
But yeah,
many
thank you
arrests,
everyone,
confiscated many
and
guns
we will
to
be
them
back
having that
probably
full
next week.
capacity.
So,
So,
actually, no, I will be on
effective in
vacation
the
next week, but
past,
everyone else will
if
probably be
nobody
back.
was injured,
Tune in.
We'll be
Yeah,
here.
I'm going to North Carolina. I'm
no
stoked on it.
person injured,
Nice.
Yeah,
it'd be tough to keep
Outer
following
Banks,
that
baby.
up with the
OBX.
number of caseloads you have.
Yeah.
So now
I'm going on a
we've
chatter
got,
boat.
officers
Chatter boat.
assigned to that unit.
Yeah, that's something I
what
want to
we
hear
do.
George
That's
Russell
all.
say.
So
Chatter
through
boat.
the chair to the chief, would be fair to say that it
All
helps
right.
you
Till next time,
prevent
everybody.
and also
Have a great week.
not only prevent